hopefully everybody can see pretty clearly. I'm going to clear some stuff off. I had to get my camera rig all set up here. Hopefully that's a good vantage point. Get all my camera stuff out of the way here. So once I'm done cutting, I'm going to jump over to the sewing machine and I'm going to start sewing. So we've got, a lot going on here. I'm just going to start off by cutting these after I show you guys my materials I'm using, because I'm pretty stoked about these. Got some pattern weights. And I'm actually going to finish peeling this little template while I wait for some people to pop on. So if you didn't know, if you weren't on the video earlier, if you just weren't aware, I will be offering these templates that you're seeing here on my website pretty soon. I'm working with the templates to make sure they cut well and all the math adds up and everything is all good to go. So that's just one of the things we're doing here today. I had a lot of questions about this little bag that I made and posted. I did quite a few things on this bag that are a little different. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, I didn't invent any of these hacks. They're stuff that people came up with in the Lynn's group. I don't know who came up with them, so I'm not going to even try to guess. Honestly, I haven't been paying a lot of attention. The only reason I even thought about the hacks for this, I love the pattern, but I made one of these in a class and I just didn't love birthing it. I really did not like that, and trying to catch the liner inside was hard for me. So I automatically thought I'm going to bind this. So I knew right away that was a hack I was going to go for. And then the size. The size is just, I have a big frame and this is not quite big enough for me. So I'm not going to peel all this little stuff on this template, but it is easy to do. You just take a piece of acrylic and literally rough them up and they pop right off. But I'm not going to pull all those out right now. So this is what we're making, but we're going to make this one size up. So we're going to do the 115%. I'm going to try that out now. So I have my 115% template here. And then I'm going to be cutting some other pieces for the pack. So let me get my example bag out of the way, and I'm just going to kind of sit here and cut. If you guys have questions, obviously chatter amongst yourselves, put stuff up on the screen. You're obviously up above me, so it's really hard for me to see, but I'll get to them later. And we're just going to go until I'm tired, basically. So I'll publish the video and you can come back and watch it after, and we might not get through the whole bag today. I'll definitely cut it, but I don't know if we're going to get to sewing it. I'm pretty tired. So first things first, let's talk about just the materials I'm using, because I'm actually really stoked about the stuff I'm using. I have my templates here, which is going to be just the curved set, 115, and then these two pieces. I might actually not do the strap today. I don't know if I have a color on the strap that I like, so I might hang off on the strap, but the strap's a pretty simple, straightforward thing to do. So we'll see, but I'll definitely make the whole bag. This piece is the top connector piece, and then I've got a couple of D-rings. I need to go round up a couple of lobster claws. So, and actually I only need one of these D-rings because I'm going to be using this super sweet connector at the top of my bag, which I'm very excited about, and I'll show you the rest of my stuff here in a second. So let me put this away and get some lobster claws. And hopefully we get some more peeps to hang out with us, but we might not, and that's okay too. Okay, I have to go in the other room. I might cut out. I have to go in the inventory room and grab a couple of lobsters. Well, actually, we'll hold off on that. I actually don't even need the lobsters because I'm not going to make the strap today. So we're good. We're just going to make the bag, and let me pull this off though. Since we're not going to do the strap, I want to order like a peachy pink kind of If anybody knows of this color, a really light peachy, creamy pink, like a blush color of webbing, 1.5 inches, let me know. I need it. That's what I want to order. So this is what we're making. So we'll be doing this part, this guy here, putting the D-ring on. I'm going to be replacing the D-ring with this connector instead. And then we're doing the center zipper hack. So instead of the gusset like this, we're going to do the center zip right here. This rear slider hack, so we can go left or right. This hack I learned about in class taking the MAV with Lindsay. So I don't know who came up with that, but I like it. And I don't know who came up with the center zip hack, but I like it. I don't know who suggested binding. This bag you're looking at here is binding, and then the piping. I wouldn't really call that a hack, but I just had the idea to do piping myself, and I really like it. And so here's binding. The other thing I'm gonna do is I omit the zipper pocket inside because it's just too small in my opinion, and I do a slip pocket. So we're gonna do a slip pocket inside here, so that way you can still have the full body cavity and you can get into this slip pocket. Get a little light there nicely. Do you guys see that? There's just a slip in here, and it's big enough for like a phone. So that's what I'm doing with it. Here we go. So anyway, that's all the stuff I think covering everything. So let's get into it. I've got my template piece here. I have some other, pieces I'm going to cut. I have a couple of tags I'm using. So I'm going to use the same tag I used on this other one because it's Disney and it kind of goes. The fabric I'm using today, so it's this. This one's mine. Oh, just lost my lamp here, but this one's mine is what I'm going to use. Fix my lamp. There we go. So I'm going to use that tag somewhere on it, and I have my bag tag for my brand, my cork tag. I am using a waterproof canvas liner, so I'm going to go with this. It's like a dusty, silky blue, like a Cinderella blue, I think. This waterproof canvas is from glitterbugfairy.com. It's the rubber back style, like OtterTex, and I really like it. Throw that away. So that's going to be my lining on this. And then I'm using as my whole main exterior this. And I love this tissue paper. It's all the like silhouettes of the characters. So I am using, find my stuff here, my hardware for today, not including the strap stuff that I need. Get some pattern weights on that. My hardware I'm going to be using, I'm going with rose gold because look how much that pops on here. I absolutely adore that. It is so shiny and beautiful. This strap connector is from Wizardry Stitchery. I bought them yesterday at Applique Getaway. So if you're in Texas, go visit her because these are so cool. So I think that's going to look really good on the top of the MAV pack. I'm going to do double zippers on this one, I think. Maybe I'll do one, but I grabbed two just in case. And then I have my D-ring for the back slider. I'm going to use this zipper tape. How pretty is that? It's rose gold teeth with this creamy pink blush color, which I think is going to be so romantic. And then this is here because I am going to create my own piping. So I have piping. I have a whole thing of it, but I don't have the color piping I want. I'm going to double check really quick and make sure. But I'm pretty dang sure I don't have the piping that I need. Yeah, that is correct. I'm also looking in here for binding really quick. I want to see if I have the binding, any color binding that I like, because I don't want to have to make my own binding too. That stinks. And I forgot to grab binding. So, ho hum. I really hate cutting my own binding, you guys. That's a bummer. Let me see if this will work. It's on the inside of the bag, so I don't get real particular about my binding. And I might just use this baby blue. I think that'll be really pretty inside. So I think that should be enough binding, but it might not be. Guess we're going to find out. But yeah, I'll figure it out. I have a whole thing of binding over there. So you're going to need some binding. You can cut your own. I don't like to. I'm lazy. I like to do pre-cut cotton binding. Give me one quick second. Okay. So, hold on one second, guys. I'm grabbing this really quick. We literally live right across the street from the Joann's, and I'm gonna ask my husband while he's running an errand if he can go and get me another pack. I didn't realize I didn't have what I need, and I'm so committed to these materials, so we're not gonna need it till way later, and it's literally across the street. So, I'm telling him what I need. Okay. All right. Just kidding. I'm back. Howdy, howdy. Hopefully, can you guys still hear me? Yeah, it looks like you can. Okay. So I literally just realized I didn't have the binding I needed. I'm not cutting my own binding. I'm way too lazy for that. And we literally live 0.8 yards from a Joann's. So I was like, hey, you have to run this errand. Will you go into Joann's and get this for me too? So anyway, I love my husband. He's so nice. And if he goes to Joann's, he knows he'll buy the one thing versus if I go, then I will get distracted and buy a bunch of stuff. So anyway, I'll have my binding in a few minutes here, but this is my exterior. This is my liner that I'm doing. And then we are going to make our own piping because they don't have this at Joann's. And I think this is a fun thing to do. So what you're going to need for that is any kind of thick twine type string. I'm using this kind because it's the right diameter. And I'm using marine vinyl. You can use cotton for this if you want to. You can use any material. I would not suggest vinyl if your vinyl does not, or I'm sorry, if your machine doesn't handle thick layers of vinyl, because I'm doing a vinyl exterior with vinyl piping. Where's my bag? Here it is. This is what this is done in. It's marine vinyl piping. It's literally what it is. So I bought that purple, but I have made my own before. It's been a really long time. So we're going to experiment. We're basically going to make exactly what this is. So y'all see how this goes together. It's marine vinyl. It's cut, it's glued, and they actually have a piece of plastic in the middle of it. I don't have the plastic, so I'm going to be using the cording. It'll do the same thing. So if you want to learn to make your own piping, we can do that. So I think this color around the front edge of my Mav to offset the super pretty baby blue like tissue color is going to be like beautiful with the rose gold. And then my color I'm going to use all day today for everything is this, I don't know, it doesn't have a name because it's like generic thread, but it's Tex 70 and it's a beautiful blush color. So that's what I'm doing. I'm using my super pretty pattern weights here that actually match all this stuff. So that makes me happy. And so let's get into it. We're going to cut some pieces. Let me get all this stuff out from under. We'll move it all to the machine when we're ready to go. So I have a cut list here. You guys know how this works. I'll give you some of the dimensions of things, but I'm not giving you all the dimensions, and I'm not going to show like everything on the cutting mat because, you know, we want to protect our pattern designer and the integrity of her pattern. So you're obviously not going to get all of the dimensions here. That being said, I'll give you some of them. But if you're confused, it's because you don't own the pattern. You need to go and buy the pattern if you want to sew this bag with me. It is the Mav Pack from Lynn's Handmade Designs. I know that's backwards for you, sorry, but that's what it looks like. That's what the pattern looks like. And you need to go buy the Mav Pack pattern. Lynn's, Linds, handmadedesigns.com. So I'm going to start off here with my little template. And I'm just going to cut rotary style 2 of these for my liner. I always like to move this stuff out of the way because I feel like it gets unruly. I don't know about y'all, but I love a good template, especially because you can just use it as a rotary cutter. And then I'm going to show this to you on the lining. So these are my templates, which will be available soon from the website. Let's move that lamp out of the way there for the reflection so you guys can see. I just cut out this liner and I'll cut out the main body the same way. What I can actually do on the rear side of this, just to show you, if you're the type of person that you like stabilizer, I won't be using stabilizer today. This bag, we're going to make it the exact same way, used no stabilizer. There's not an ounce of stabilizer on this bag. All of these pieces, you know, are well sewn in. They'll be fine. We don't need stabilizer because this is like 4-fold vinyl between 2 things of vinyl, and it's bound and sewn 100 ways. Everything is fine, trust me. But if you like stabilizer, let's pretend for a minute this is cotton woven and you want stabilizer. You would cut your fabric piece on the wrong side with your pattern like this, right? We're pretending. We're going to take any random pen, make sure that, you know, your piece is centered. You would cut it upside down like this to begin with, and then you would go around here and you would just do this. And each one of these little things, you can use a Sharpie, a pen, a pencil, a disappearing quilting pen, a marker, whatever fits in here. I purposefully made these chunks on the template like pretty wide. All of my templates, when it's applicable, will come with this stabilizer guideline. So I've just made a guideline on here because, again, we're pretending. Do you see how nice that is? It's easy to see. If I wanted to, I could go through here and connect the dots, but it's one pattern piece. I don't have to have 2 separate pattern pieces, which cuts down on the cost and my storage, plus shipping fees. So I'm excited to have that. Then let's pretend for a minute. Let's see, where is my Peltex? This is not, well, let's just use Peltex, it's fine. I'm going to trace it out. I'm, you know, not going to do a real good job, but it's fine. This is just an example to show y'all who are stabilizer people. If you're doing this with stabilizer, you'd be cutting it anyway. So just cut your stabilizer pieces right now. I'm going to lay this down on my stabilizer. I'm going to go through once more. You don't even have to do all of the dots if you don't want to. You could just do like a few and then connect them with a rotary if that's easier for you. It doesn't really matter because it's just enough. You're just cutting stabilizer. So, do you see how that happened on the white? I went ahead and cut this out, and now because it's, you know, stabilizer, I'm just gonna loosely cut it with a rotary. I'm not gonna get real particular because it's stabilizer. Get this out of the way. Again, I'm not using stabilizer today. This is just an example for y'all who are doing stabilizer and who want to know about the templates. Can you see how awesome that is? So now our stabilizer fits, and because I used my template as a placement guide as well, if you need that, I literally have the perfect placement on my piece. See how perfect and centered it is? It's centered all the way around. So, loving that. Again, I'm not using it. That's the back side of my liner, but that's what you would do if you were doing this with stabilizer. So, good example for both things for you there. So I'm just going to go back to cutting my main pieces. You'll need 2 of the liners, which are the exact same piece, by the way, as this main body template. Kind of get some of this stuff out of my way here. But yeah, I love a good template, y'all. It's so nice to be able to cut cleanly and smoothly and quickly, and just know, especially when you're doing like the 115% size, which I am, if you buy all of the template options, I'm doing the upsizing for you so you know it's correct, which is exactly why we're making this bag right now, so we can make sure. I mean, I already double checked it before I cut it, but you know, I like to be 100% sure. This way I can point to it and I can say, no, I made a bag with that. It's right. I know it's right. Okay. Got 2 liners. Some trash. Try to flatten those out a little bit. While I have my liner piece, I'm going to be cutting gussets. Now, for your math pack, if you are upsizing, if you're doing the original, don't listen to my measurements. You need to refer to the pattern. If you are upsizing, again, I'm going to give you partial measurements. We're not changing what she refers to, I think, is the height of the pieces. So we're not changing the thickness of the gusset. I'm just making the bag bigger this way, but I'm leaving the thickness because I personally don't want it to stick out off my body more. If you want it to stick out more, you know, be my guest, but you're going to have to figure out that math. My math is for the same width of this, but we're having to adjust the length because we have to go around a bigger pattern piece. Does that make sense? So we need to elongate this gusset piece and we need to elongate up here. And the other thing that I am changing from the pattern, so don't get confused, don't cut wrong if you're listening to me. If you're following me exactly, I'm doing the 115%. Okay? Just want to make it clear. I'm going to do the center hack here, which means we do have to do a bit of math on this, and I'm going to give you the measurements on that for 115%. If you're trying to do 120 or something else, the math is not going to math. So this is only for 115%. So, just so we got that clear. I have a sheet of paper over here. I already did all of the math. I hope like hell it's right. Should be. Super duper should be. But good grief. You know, I already did the math. I checked it twice. But like, we're all going to learn together right now. I said this morning on my video, I was like, I don't know if anybody wants me to cut this live because it's my first time. And everybody was like, no, do it. Like saying you wanted me to. So, okay. Oh, drink of water. Okay. So, FYI, this math corresponds with 1/4 inch seam allowances. The pattern everywhere calls for 1/4 inch seam allowances, so we're sticking with 1/4 inch seam allowances everywhere. Basting, I'll be dirty basting a lot of these pieces at 1/8 to 1/16 of an inch, including our piping and our binding and all of that, but seams will always be 1/4 of an inch. So, just so as we know. All right, the first one we're going to cut is the zipper panel. That's the top portion here. We're going to cut a total of 4 of these, 2 liners and 2 of our exteriors. So right now I'm just cutting liners. When we're done cutting liners, we'll use those as templates to cut our mains. So the first one we're going to cut is, let me get this measured out and then I'll tell you. I think I can use this weird little piece right here. Salvage. Okay. So I'm going to just cut this weird little piece off right here. And then I'm going to recut it because it's kind of wasted anyway. So we're cutting it a length of 11 and 7/8. 11 and 7/8 is our length, and our width of this piece is 1 inch and 1/8. And we're cutting 2 of those in the liner. And it's important we get this pretty dang spot on because it has to add up to our total gusset piece with our seam allowances and all of that. So you need 2 of these. I think I can get the second one out of this weird little piece. Hooray, I can. I love when you can get scrappy scraps all used up. Okay, so 2 of these out of your lining. This one's trash. 11 and 7/8. 11 and 7/8 length. 1 inch and 1/8. Cutting 2 of those out of lining. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. See, that's literally how close we live to the Joann's. So he got me some binding. So that's the binding that I'm using. I didn't have enough here. So we have 2 colors to choose from, and he was even able to find this peachy pink kind of color. So we'll see which one we like better. So that's for later. Okay, toss that, toss that. Very good. So again, 2 11 and 7/8 inch long by 1 inch and 1/8 wide or tall, however you want to say that. These 2 long skinny strips. What's going to end up happening is we have our 1.25 inch tape, and these go on the inside, but I'm just giving y'all an example. With our seam allowances and all of that, if we take a 1/4 inch seam allowance, this should add up right to the correct amount to match our gusset piece. That's what we're aiming for. So we'll just need to keep our seam allowances in check. Hopefully it'll work. Worst case scenario, if it's not wide enough, this gusset might end up being 1/4 inch skinnier. We'll just trim the bottom gusset to match what we made, and I'll have to adjust the math, but it's a learning experience. So the next one we are cutting out of the liner is going to be our main gusset. It's the bottom part. What we just cut is going to be the top. We're cutting this part. And we are cutting it at the same width in her pattern. I'm not going to give you that measurement, but the change we're making to lengthen it, we're going to cut it at 17 and 7/8 of an inch, which I'm just barely going to get out of my roll here, which is perfect. In fact, it looks like this roll is exactly 17 and 7/8 inch wide. It's almost like Shanna at Glitterbug Fairy knew. And I love her, y'all, by the way. She has such interesting like colors and fun stuff on her site. So if you're looking for this dusty blue color, Shanna at glitterbugfairy.com. 7/8 inch, I said wide, but I guess technically it's long, however you want to look at that. And then the same height or width, whichever way you're measuring, as the pattern piece. So one of your measurements is going to match up for this thickness. The other one is going to be the same length that I just said, the 17 and 7/8 inch. So those are our gusset pieces in our liner. I'm going to set those aside. This one we're just going to keep aside for something else. The last piece I'm going to cut, which is a hack for a slip pocket. I actually didn't put this in the description, but we're going to cut ourselves a slip pocket because this is too small of a bag in my opinion for a zippered pocket inside. I don't need that. What I personally want is a slip pocket, a tall slip pocket to put my phone in to keep it from jostling around, or papers, or like a chapstick. So I'm going to grab my math panel piece, just figure out how wide this is and how tall it is. You can do this with any one of your bags. On this side, size, I believe I cut the piece about 12 inches long by about 6.5 wide. But basically the formula is the same how I'm going to do it right now, whether you're doing a 120%, a 115, a 110, or an original. I just take my piece, make sure it's the same width, and I cut it to double the height of whatever I want the pocket to be eventually. So if I look at this, I want my pocket to be about 6 inches tall. I'm going to cut this 12 inches in length, and then we're going to basically just fold it in half and make a slip pocket. Toss that back on here, and I'm cutting it the same width as my panel piece. If you want a little extra, you can cut it about 1/4 inch wide. If you're afraid for some reason you're gonna like screw up and you need extra, and you can trim it off later. I love a slip pocket, y'all, because it is so simple. So easy. It's just hard to screw them up, and they're fast. They don't take any extra hardware, but it adds a lot of utility to your bag. So you can see I cut this longer. I'm going to measure it off. I'm just going to keep this scrap. So I said I wanted it 6 inches tall. So I'm going to cut this 12 inches long. Line it up. Okay, so that right there is about 12 inches. If you like your pocket a little shorter, make it a little shorter. Again, that according, that's the height for this. So I'll show you in a minute. Here's my scrap. All we do is we take this, we fold it wrong sides together. We use a seam roller or an iron or finger press. We press a nice straight line, and then I just seam roll it. I use a seam roller, but you can iron it or whatever, and then we just top stitch across the top. That's all we do with this. Then what we do is we take any of our liner pieces and we line it up with the bottom lining up. We make sure we're straight across just like that. It's top stitched first, so when we get to the sewing part, I'll show that to you. And then we just baste it around the edges, and we treat it like it's one layer. It's like it doesn't even exist anymore, and we keep following the pattern exactly as the pattern's written. And what I love about it is it adds a nice slip pocket, and you can just have, whatever you want in there, and it's plenty big for a phone. So I love a slip pocket. It's way quicker than a zipper, and none of my customers complain. They love a slip pocket. So we'll put this with our lining pieces if you're doing the slip pocket, and then we'll put this liner piece here. So now we need to cut our exteriors, and you'll basically just mimic the 2 long strips that you did, and this long strip too, the 2 long skinny ones, and this guy out of your exterior. And then we need 2 more of our main panel. Move some stuff out of my way here and get some of my pattern weights. I suppose what I could also do is see if I can measure this out and then cut this piece in half. It's 2 1/4 inches. 2 1/4 inch wide, and then you just cut it right in half. So I think that's what I'll do. Instead of trying to, cut out the little rectangles, it's easier to just cut that with a rotary. So I'll do that here first. So 1, 2, and that's a half, not a quarter. I always count out my stuff to make sure I cut it correct, because otherwise I'm gonna make sure and it's supposed to be 11 7/8, not quite 12 inches long. So 11 7/8 by 2 1/4 is this piece, and then we're gonna cut it in half to mimic our strips. Okay. So let's cut this in half and make sure that, that looks good. So it was 2 1/4 wide, so now it'll be 1 1/8 inches. All the way down, 1 1/8 inches. And that should be right, because we needed 2 pieces that were 1 1/8 inches. So now we've got our gusset pieces, and hey, look at that, they match up. Woohoo! This bag is going to be so pretty, you guys. I'm keeping this one. If it's a good size, I'm keeping it because I am obsessed with this. I love rose gold. I'm very excited for it. Okay. Next piece is this gusset piece, which again, same width, same fatness this way as the pattern, but she is asking, the hack, excuse me, is asking for a little bit, that different length, 17 and 7/8 inch in length. And I'm just going to cut all this off, cut it all the way down, and then trim off my extra. So follow the pattern to get the thickness of this piece. 17 and 7/8 inches your length. Okay, got a little scrappy do there. All right, I probably could have cut that the other way, but it's going to be the bottom gusset and I'm fine with it. Now the characters, you know, some of them are going to be upside down. I suppose pay attention to that if you really care. I'm all right with it, but because I don't want to waste, but I could have cut them this way. Right, does that make sense? If you're using directional, cut it this way. Otherwise, when you wrap around your gusset, one side's going to be right side up, the other side's going to be upside down. I'm all right with it. But you'll have to figure out if you care about that. Right, we are almost done cutting this whole bag. We have very little left here to cut. Again, that's why I love templates, and the templates do the work for you on the upsizing, especially if you get the full set, which will give you the rectangles, so you could just cut them out. So, we're gonna cut around that weird little curve there, come around. I love everything on this pattern, so I'm not even trying to fussy cut. And I'll just pick whichever one I like better from the front and the back. I think I did a very good job. There you go. So, I'm just going to pick whichever character I like the best. Because that's kind of how I roll. I do fussy cut, but I don't need to today. I love everything about this fabric. I already cut that one, but I think I need to cut it again. There we go. Okay, so that's one. And then now we need a second one. Oh my goodness, I can barely squeak by and get the second one. So I think that's what I'm going to do. How perfect. I love when that happens. Now, it's a little hard for you guys to see, but I have a centering crosshair here, and I have horizontal and vertical. So like right here, this is cutting directly through the middle of Alice, this line, and it's showing me that everything is on grain and it looks all straight. Those are added things that I added to the templates, just so you can see that exact thing. So far, I'm really loving this Mav pack, and I think it's really getting me my sojo back. I'm actually excited to sew. I'm feeling really creative. I have so many ideas of things I want to like applique on this bag. There we go. So, and I like to turn this because I have a hard time cutting otherwise. I probably should get one of those rotating cutting mats, but I did have a small version of one and I didn't like it. I don't know about y'all, but it moved too much. It like wiggled everywhere and it drove me a little nuts. Okay. I just like to start off with a good canvas. So here's my second piece. Here's my template. Like I said, you could do stabilizer lines or whatever on this if you need to. I don't really like to do that. Missed a little spot right there. I'm going to reline this up, y'all. I have a little hump here. I think I just missed cutting one little spot. Yeah, I did down here. Yep. There we go. I was going to say something's not right here, but it's a little hard to see with all these lights and everything. So there we go. Now we're straight. We've got both of these. The last thing we're cutting, you can decide what you want to cut this out of. You can choose to do webbing, like your strapping, right? You can take a piece of webbing and put it across the back. If you're doing that, you just need a piece the width of your exterior body piece, because we're making this slider. It wasn't a mistake, but because we're doing piping and binding, I did the quatrefold method of this vinyl on here, and I love the pop of color, and my machine handled it, but I have an industrial and I sewed this on the industrial. You can do this domestic friendly, but if you choose to do that and we're doing binding and piping and you're following me, less bulk here is going to be your friend on a domestic or semi-industrial. This is a lot for even like a regular industrial to handle, honestly. Mine did fine, but this was about its limit. So I'm going to choose to make my slider this time out of waterproof canvas for 2 reasons. I just don't want to do webbing. I'm afraid it might stretch over time and then my buckle won't be like, I like it to be a little taut on here. The other thing is I want a pop of color, and I don't have anything else to do a pop of color. So this is going to be my main front and back. I'm not doing a solid color. So I think having a strip basically like this on the back is going to look really good and coordinate. So my plan is to cut that now out of the lining pieces. I actually think I have a scrap over here. That scrap is not big enough. Well, no, dang, if this was like, ooh, y'all, I think I could do it out of this piece. Oh, I love when that happens. Okay, so what I'm going to do is a 4-fold method with waterproof canvas because I don't want any raw edges. So I need to cut it for my D-ring. My D-ring is 1 inch wide. I just thought of something real quick. I want to try this. Constance at Komani Creations told me that someone was using their magnets from her on these boards because they have metal in them. Do y'all want to see if it works? I don't know if it will, and I don't know if my one has metal in it. If it has metal, I mean, these do work, so that holds my stuff down pretty nicely. But if it's magnetic, it's really weak magnetic. I don't know if this is the right board. So we'll just stick with our pattern weights for now. These are pretty. I mean, they're all pretty, but you know what I mean. Anyway, they hold on my board really good. I just thought I'd try that real quick. So anyway, get our pattern weights. I need to cut this piece. If you're doing a quatrefold, a 4-fold method like me, you're going to cut this the same width as your panel. This is even a little bit wider, which is great, and 4 inches in height. So 4 inches by the width of your panel. So I'm just gonna throw it here in the middle of my little board. Okay, that's 4 inches high. So okay, put that scrap aside. So this is going to end up getting folded in half, and then I'm going to fold into it and fold it, and I'll seam roll it, and then I'm going to fold it like this, and we're just hot dog folding it. Does that make sense to y'all? So you end up with a 1 inch wide strip. That's how that slider is made. So, and then we're going to top stitch it, but we'll get to that with the stitching. Let me grab my seam roller. I love this seam roller, y'all. Zorel Fabrics. This seam roller is beefy. It is heavy, and I love it because I had some old ones that were really lightweight, and not only were they really squeaky and kind of obnoxious to use, but they were lightweight. And so guess what? If it weighs nothing, your arm has to do all the force and the pressure. With this one, it is so heavy, I don't have to push it all, which I love because I love a seam roller, and I was using the old ones before I had gotten this one, and my wrist was hurting. And I couldn't figure out why my wrist was hurting, and it's because I was sitting there, you know, pushing really hard, and it was giving me the same, like, kind of like if you have to push harder with your rotary cutter and it hurts your wrist. That's exactly what was happening to me. It was that same pain, and I couldn't figure out why, because it's like, I haven't cut anything for days. Why does this hurt? It was the seam roller. So this is from Zorel Fabrics, and I know she had some for retail. I know she brings them to the different expos, and she was kind enough to gift me one a while back, and I have not stopped using it ever since. I love it. It's great on waterproof canvas. Like, that's a much crisper fold. Do you see it even made the nice crisp line? And now, do you see the difference? The crispness? The seam rolled one, the not seam rolled one? It makes a huge difference, and it was so easy for me to just do that. So I absolutely recommend it, especially for waterproof canvas, because this material is kind of rough. It can really rough up your fingers if you keep finger pressing it too much. Go this direction with it. So we're done cutting, by the way. I'm done cutting anyway. You might still be cutting, and now I'm going to move into like prep work, which is double side tape and all that kind of stuff. I have a little bin. Look how cute this is, you guys. I think I've shown this off to you before. If you're headed to Disney, look for this at the Haunted Mansion store in Disney World. It's a candle, and it has all the gravestones. It's made of ceramic, and it says Haunted Mansion on the top. And it's a candle normally, so you burn the whole candle, and then you get to keep the jar, and I keep my clips in it. Because look, it's like the perfect size for clips. I love this jar. And the candle smells like Haunted Mansion, so the jar still smells like Haunted Mansion. Even after I washed it, I love it. Anyway, get you some clips. You can double side tape this if you need to. Because I pressed it, it just nicely wants to like fold in on itself like that. So I just clip it a little. Just a couple clips. Some clippy clips. That's perfect. Now, I think when I placed mine, you could place this a little bit lower if you wanted to. I placed it when this was not sewn, like 1 3/4 inches up. You just want to make sure you avoid the corner. Don't get it in the curve. So I did, you know, about, you kind of just sort of see your piece here if you lay it out. Some weights. Guys, I can't get over how pretty these are. So if we line this up just on the bottom here, and we're looking, that's about 2 inches. Like I said, I think I lined mine up like that's 1 3/4 inches right there. So I think I did it 1 3/4 inches up from the bottom, just about. You could go 1.5 inches. I wouldn't go further down than 1.5 inches. You really want it like kind of close to the bottom. So 1 3/4 inches to 1.5 inches from the bottom, and you'll be good. Don't forget you're going to need a D-ring on this. So I'm going to just pull my hardware out so I can see it. It's kind of buried over here. So as you can see, this is what we're making it for. That D-ring right there. Make sure you're using, you know, a 1 inch wide D-ring. And because this isn't as fat as the vinyl, it slides on there nice. You know, you can do it for whatever size hardware you're using, but I'm using 1 inch. So we've got that. This, one thing I did forget to cut is our little trapezoid top part. Oops, hello. This guy, this is your choice what you want to do here. If you want to use a little piece of webbing for this 1 inch strap connector, the D-ring connector, excuse me, or if you want to do like I did, which is vinyl on vinyl here. Up here in the top of this to top stitch and all of that is a lot of vinyl, because this is 4 layers of vinyl. And then between 2 layers of vinyl, so you've got 6 layers of vinyl right here, Just be conscious of your choices and what your machine can handle. If your machine doesn't like bulk, I recommend using a piece of webbing right here, or make yourself another one of these quatrefold, exactly like this, and just make it like 3 inches long. Make yourself a little one, put your D-ring in it, or whatever you're using, and then this one little piece right here can be coordinating waterproof canvas. That's okay. Webbing, waterproof canvas, if you're using a domestic, cotton if you want to, but it's got to be interfaced. Or if you can handle vinyl, do a vinyl one. Mine handled vinyl, I don't know. Let me cut this piece first. The little trapezoid, you need 2 of your exterior, whatever your exterior is. Another quick thing I would recommend, because we're doing the split gusset, so this is going to end up between layers of vinyl, because we're doing the split gusset, so it's going to be thick. If you're trying to be conscious about your machine, you'll have your back panel vinyl, you'll have vinyl right here, and then 2 layers of vinyl. That's 4 layers of vinyl. Later, it will be 4 layers of vinyl, 2 layers of waterproof canvas, and a total of 4 layers of binding if you're doing double fold binding like me. Okay, so that's a lot if your machine won't handle it. So I might suggest making this trapezoid piece out of waterproof canvas, maybe doing both of these out of accent waterproof canvas, or, you know, yeah, I might just suggest doing it out of waterproof canvas if you can't handle it, especially if y'all are working on a domestic. I just don't want you, you know, to get discouraged. I don't think, yeah, I can't get that little scrap out of here, but I can get my connector piece out of this. So I am going to do mine in all vinyl, vinyl on vinyl, because I know my machine will handle that. So let me set that aside. My little clips out of the way. We'll save our connector for that. If you're wondering about these weights, again, it's Komani Creations, C-O-M-A-N-I, Komani Creations on Facebook. And she does the Sewcation Expo, so I bought these in person, but she'll customize colors for you if you want. My fabric is upside down, and I know that, so I'm going to cut this upside down to make sure it's correct. We're cutting 2 of these because they go back to back. Well, they go pretty sides together, and then we sew them up. So there's one. And then I don't really have a good area to fussy cut, so I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to put whatever right here. This is a little too big. I could try to do the castle, but oof. I could try to do the castle. Should I risk it and do the castle? I'm going to leave a 1/4 of an inch there, 1/4 of an inch on the top. It kind of looks like the castle might be straight. I don't know. Let's chance it. I'll waste an inch to fussy cut the castle and put it on the front. How cute. And then you know what's going to happen, right? Because I cut it like this. I'm going to accidentally put the castle on the back facing my body, because that's how this works. Don't you know? Oh, look how cute. See, that's the nice thing about a plastic template. I couldn't have done that with paper. It would have been way too hard. But because I had my nice clear plastic template, makes my life way, way easier. Let me make sure I got... Sometimes when you hold these in your hand after, you're like, how did I cut it like that? It's probably not going to kill me to have that little extra, 32nd of an inch, but I just want it to be right, dang it. Okay, this one for our 1-inch connector. Throw away our little pieces. We need it to be 2 inches wide. By like 3 inches long. I'm just going to cut the whole thing because it's all trash, so it's fine. The rest of this will be scrap. So we want it 2 inches wide for vinyl. And then what we're going to do is just, I like to do it this way because I can't really score vinyl. And this is part of our prep work. I'm going to take a pin Where is my pin? And pull it like that. And then I'm going to grab my double stick tape and we're going to fold this in half toward itself so we make a 1-inch wide strap, and we're going to clip it too. I prefer this, and I know there's a million places out there, by the way, y'all, to get double-sided tape. I bring my own in because I'll just be honest, I don't really like anybody else's double-sided tape. It's not sticky enough and it really, messes with my machines, and I don't like it. I like the thin stuff at 1/8 of an inch, and I keep buying tape from other places. I mean, I haven't in a long time, but I do, and then it's not sticky. I love this tape, and so if y'all are looking for another source for double-sided tape, I can get this in. This is a very used roll. The roll is really big, and I'd probably sell it for about $7 a roll. So if you're thinking you would like tape, I can be a source for that along with hardware, but I don't know what y'all think, if you want another source, or if you found some you liked. But I was just at the Wizardry Retreat not that long ago, and everyone was complaining about their tape not being sticky. Same thing happened in my class at Socation. People were like, oh, it's not sticky. Why isn't this sticky? But look at this. This is backstitch vinyl. And y'all know how thick this stuff is. This holds. Like, I love this double-sided tape. It's a good product. I don't have problems with it gumming up my needles, and I use regular needles. I use this with my semi-industrial, my industrial, and my domestic. I don't have a problem with it. It's so skinny, I'm able to keep it out of the seam allowance, and I do just because. But y'all let me know if you're like, hey, I want some of that tape, because I have seen so many people struggle at the retreats and my classes recently. Let me know. If you want this tape, I can show you an unused roll. It's big. This is what an unused roll looks like. So, and I have like 6 of them because I get it in all the time. So you can tell I've been using this for a long time. It lasts forever. I've probably been using one of these rolls for like a year, and I use it on everything. And you can see I haven't even clipped that, and it's still holding. This is backstitch vinyl, which is thick. So, again, y'all tell me what you think. So, anyway, tape. Okay, so we've got our double-sided tape. We've got this piece. I don't need to tape this one, so I'm not going to. What other prep work do we need to do? I think we'll need to cut our zipper. And according to the hack, whichever one you're doing, I'm just going to cut mine to match my other zipper panels. Look how pretty that's going to be. I'm so excited for this bag, you guys. Literally what spurned this whole thing was me seeing this connector at Wizardry last night. And I just got this in the mail, and I thought, oh my gosh, this is too perfect. I have to buy it. I love it. And I do. I know a lot of y'all out there are rose gold haters. I don't get it. I love rose gold. Y'all make me sad. You're sleeping on rose gold and you shouldn't be. Get your scissors and just measure, carefully. Use the length of your zipper panel and cut your zipper gusset panel. And then cut yourself some zipper. Okay. So now we've got zipper. I'm going to just go ahead and put my pull on it now because I don't like to forget. And I'm going to burn the ends too. I always burn the ends. Always, always. Need a new lighter soon. So that's what I need. The other thing I'm going to do for prep, if you have a bag tag, put your double stick tape on it now and put it in place because you're going to forget it. You're going to be so sad. The other thing I love about this tape is I can rip it with my hands and it rips clean. So I just do a couple little pieces and then I tape this in place, and you'll have to remember, to sew it down or else it'll just peel off. But let's see, which one do I want to be my front panel? This one has Baymax and Pinocchio, Jasmine, the Cheshire Cat, And the Mickey's Fun Wheel from, oh, but it's got Remy on the front. I love Remy. Remy is one of my faves, you guys. I love Ratatouille. I'm kind of obsessed with that movie. My kitchen is Ratatouille. So this one doesn't have a little Remy on the front of it. It's got more the Epcot ball. I guess it's there. So these panels are kind of identical. This one has Snow White's like head, but she'll be cut off, and then it's just going to be like a body, which might be a little weird. I honestly don't think it matters. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold my panel and make my center marks right now, and then I'm just going to make centering triangles as part of my prep work. I do highly suggest you do this. Don't cut your finger. So now I've got a center mark. I can line this up like so. Take my, get a couple pattern weights, that will be helpful. And this is what I do. I just center, I put the other one on the bottom, but this one, I want my logo on the top. So I want it about 2 inches from the top. That's 1.5 inches. Let me see how 1.5 inches looks. I line this up, and my tags are square, like flat-sided, I guess. They're rectangle. So I just fold my tag in half, it's cork, and I finger crease it. Get a good line on that cork. And I just line it up with the center line right there. How do we think that's gonna look? I think it's gonna be cute. So that's what I'm gonna go with. So I'm just gonna peel my little tissue paper off. By my little crease. I might need to recrease it. The cork is pretty springy. And I just line it up against the ruler, just like so. And then I just press it. And again, my double-sided tape is good. It will stay on here forever. So that's what I'm doing with this one. It did kind of cut off Alice's head, I guess, but it would have done that on this panel too. But look, I have her body really centered there. And I got my little Remy. I love these characters. So cute. Okay, so I think that's a lot of the prep work we're doing. And I think we're about ready to sew. We're getting there, and I'm waiting for anybody who needs to catch up. Put my zipper pull on before I forget. On this bag, you can honestly do it whenever you want. I don't like to forget, so it's the first thing I do, even if my zipper tape is in the way a little bit. I said I was going to do double pulls, but I don't know, y'all, what do you think? Should I do double pulls? I like a double pull, and I have 2 of these. What do you think? Single pull? Doubles? It would be really cute to have 2 little doubles hanging like that, the little mini ears. I think I might do doubles. Let's do doubles. Why not? Doubles is kind of a pain because now I have to line it up, and I might have to remove one zipper, remove the other zipper. But I think it'll be worth it. And bam, look at that. I got it perfect on that second try. Look how cute. Oh, so cute. I'm so excited, you guys. I love this design. Okay, so I'm going to gather up all my little stuff and get ready to move over to the machine. Hopefully, I don't think we forgot to cut anything. We've got zipper gusset pieces here, regular gusset pieces, 2 main exteriors, 2 main linings, and we've got our pocket, slip pocket. We've got our top connector D-ring, which this is way too long, by the way. I mean, it'd be like Shrek ears. It'd be crazy. So I'm going to cut this in half. We'll save the other one for later. About 3 inches is what I like. And we'll use the part with Pooh because he's also a big favorite of mine. So check this out, what I'm doing with this. So isn't that gonna be freaking adorable? Ah, I'm so excited. And then you'll have this like at the bottom with the castle. Oh, but isn't that kind of stupid? Is that dumb? I have 2 castles. I fussy cut that castle and now I have a castle. Castles on castles on castles. I don't know, I kind of like it. It's a little extra and I like it. I dig it. Glamorous. Okay. And then I got my little other tag, which I'm going to tuck in, I don't know, somewhere, my D-ring and my slider. I'll need my double stick tape. I'm done with my panels. I don't think I'm going to need a pen, but we'll bring a pen over to the sewing machine. We'll bring our clips. The last thing, I guess, before I move, and then we'll need to move our thread over to the machine. And then I'm going to move, you guys, unfortunately. So if you're like seasick or whatever, I have to move the camera and I'm not going to stop the stream. So I'm going to try to put my hand over the camera so it goes black so it doesn't make you sick. But if you need to take a break, go get a drink, go on a bathroom break right now while I move, come back in like 5 minutes, and then there won't be any more shaky because I don't want to make anybody sick. I'll move all this stuff out of my way and then I'm going to cut lay piping and we're going to do that. And I hope it works out. I mean, worst case scenario, we don't get piping, but I think it'll be fun and really, really pretty. And I'm going to take my steamroller and I have scissors over there. So let me kind of get to moving. Actually, this stays here. My water. And then I guess we have to pick binding. Corey was lovely enough to bring me 2 colors of binding, and we have to decide if we want contrasting pink binding inside or a different blue, which is like a different shade. It's like baby blue. We'll bring them both to the machine and I'll audition them both and we'll see what we think. If I don't like it now, I'll like it later on something else. So let's move this whole pile out the way. We'll come set that up later. And now we're going to cut piping. So I'm going to loosely measure around this with the tailor's measuring tape. Because we're making our own binding, I need to know how much binding I'm going to need, which way I'm going to cut my vinyl. If you have a package of binding, any large scrap of binding will be fine because we're only binding the front. But I'm just going to use this to loosely go around and kind of figure it out that way I don't come up short by like an inch because that sucks. And I already moved my panels, so we'll make ourselves a little extra just in case. Because again, we don't want to come up short, but I don't want to cut lengthwise into my vinyl if I don't have to. See what I mean? You'll see what I mean. Okay, so it looks like we need about 30 inches, give or take. So if you have pre-packaged binding or scrap of, I'm sorry, not binding, piping, although this is the same measurement for your binding roughly. So if you have scraps you're trying to measure, like, ooh, do I have enough? Budget for about 32 inches worth of piping or binding. If you're making your own, we're gonna make, you know, about 32, which will give us just a little bit extra. So we'll put this away because we'll use our rotary cutter for that. I think my piping is gonna be, I think I'm gonna have to cut lengthwise into my vinyl. I don't think I have a big enough piece, but we'll see. I'm gonna roll up my tape. So hopefully everybody has been following along. You're cutting along, you're getting it. Let me glance here and see if there are comments. Sorry if you're like staring at my eyeballs. I do double on the split gusset. I think it looks better. Ginger Snap, can you explain can you elaborate on that? You do double on the gusset. Oh, do you mean you make it fatter? Like instead of leaving it the original, you go really big? I might try that in future. One of the things I didn't like about this particular bag at the original size, I should say, is it felt to me like it was really small, and because it's small on my frame, it was sticking off my body more. So I'm hoping that widening the bag but leaving it the original thickness will kind of make it on my frame a little bit less sticky outy. Does that make any sense? I know we're not actually changing the width of the gusset, but I'm hoping that visually, because it's flatter, it'll just kind of lay less sticking out from my body. I have a large chest, so wearing it across my front doesn't really help. I can't get away from that, but you know, I felt like I had this like protuberance right on the front of me. And so I personally don't want a bigger gusset, but yeah, I mean, it's y'all's bag, so yes, do oh, she meant double zipper pulls. Well, I'm just talking about nothing. Yes, I like double zipper pulls. But anyway, the gusset thing is still true. I considered making that wider and I don't want to. So, but that's not what you were talking about. Okay, let's cut some piping, shall we? Ay, ay, ay. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna measure out our string. I'm gonna tell you right now, this is a bit of a finer, like, not finer. What's the word am I looking for? Firmer, thank you, twine that we're using. So you don't want yarn. Like yarn, unless it's really coarse yarn, this is, like if I squish this between my fingers, it doesn't completely flatten out like a yarn. And I have another ball of this twine right here. Some of these twines, this one's actually more rigid, but it's less round. So I think maybe I don't want that one. I don't know. Actually, I think I might use this one. This is just like from Home Depot. I don't buy this at the craft store, by the way. Go buy this at Home Depot. It's way cheaper. It's like $3. If you buy this at Joann's, it's like $12. Go to Home Depot or Lowe's, ask them where the twine is, and you'll find this brown craft twine if you're like a sign maker or a wreath maker. Just a little tip from me to you. So I always keep this stuff around because I make wreaths for my front door and, you know, do various projects. I do use this in the garden too, but buy it at Home Depot. It's really, really cheap. So I think I'm going to use this one though because it's more firm. So any kind of firm, round, but flexible yarn or string will work. We're going to pull us a length out here. And I said we were going to go for 32 inches. So just in case, we'll cut this at 36 because we can always trim off extra. Okay. And we'll just cram this back in. If you don't have a Home Depot or Lowe's, you might be able to find this at Ace Hardware. You want a round style twine. You can also try like what you use to make rolled handles if they have a thinner style, because otherwise your piping is going to be huge. You don't want that. Oh, haha, I just realized that's like that game where you make people look. Anyway. Okay, so here's my 35-ish piece. I'm pulling out my marinevinyl.com vinyl. Y'all just saw that, right? How this like flopped over. This is a very velvety, buttery vinyl. What I'm doing right now, you can also do with waterproof canvas if you want to be domestic friendly and have it be thin. If you have a color you want in waterproof canvas, you can do that. So I'm going to just roll out a length here. Let me show you real quick too a pre-made piece of marine vinyl piping. This is what we're making. I already showed this earlier, but this is what we're making. Now they glue theirs. We're not going to glue it. We're just going to sew it. You know, I'm not going to wait for glue to dry. You could dry this and come back tomorrow. What is inside of theirs is obviously glue. And do you see it's a little piece of hollow tube. You can actually buy this tube at Home Depot or Lowe's, but I'm not doing that because I don't have it right now. You could probably order it online. The other thing you could use, if y'all have a husband who 3D prints, or you 3D print yourself, I have a husband who 3D prints, filament could actually work really well because filament is about the same size as this. It's not very big. And this is the exact same piping as what I used right here. So if you want that look, you could go steal some of his filament. Ask him if he's got bad filament. Be aware that some filament though is very firm. You want some kind of rubberized a little bit that can bend because you want to be able to bend your piping, right? Like I can bend this directly in half and it doesn't snap. So, but just an idea for you. Let's get our papers out of the way here so we don't cut anything in half that we don't want to cut. Okay, so I'm going to cut lengthwise. This was what I was saying. I was hoping I could cut it this way, but it's not long enough. So I do have to cut lengthwise. Now, you're going to look at this and go, oh, that's a little wasteful. It sure is, because we need enough of the piping edge to work with. We have to have enough to wrap around and enough right here. This is cut to just about 1 3/4 inches wide before it's folded. So we're going to end up cutting a lot of that off, but I don't care. We need to have it this way so we can stitch it first, and then we'll cut the extra off. So I'm going to just line this up straight enough. I'm going to cut it a little wider and then cut it clean. This also does not have to be perfect because it's hidden in the seam. The only part you're going to see is the rolled part. So, you know, get it pretty good, but you don't need to be crazy, crazy perfect, right? I want to cut this up a little higher so I can have better footing when I do this. And I'm going to cut this just a little longer. Again, extra is okay. What we don't want to do is come up short because you can't really join piping. It looks like crap. So I'm just cutting this at 2 inches because my edge is a little uneven. And I can't see my measurements under here, so I'm kind of like dirty cutting this. It's not perfect. We'll go back and clean it up when we can actually see what we're doing. Okay. So that right now is just about 32 inches, so I'm okay with that. So I'm just going to cut it off here and then clean it up. Okay, let's get this big old piece out of the way. And then we can work a little more efficiently. Get all this stuff out of the way. Okay. So I just want to make sure I have roughly 2 inches all the way down. And then I'm a little bit off in a couple spots, but again, we're just going to fold this in half and then we're going to use a zipper foot to stitch all the way down, and all of our mistakes are going to be forgiven. So we'll put that aside. Okay, so that's what we're left with. And then I don't think I'm going to get real complicated with this because it doesn't have to be perfect. We're basically going to roll a piece of the twine in there, and then we're going to run our zipper foot down the edge. And if they're overlapping or they're not perfect on this side in here, we don't care. So I think what I'm going to do is take double stick tape and run a piece of double stick tape in the middle, and then I'm going to just adhere this to it, and I'm going to clip it, I think. I don't want to put tape on it if I can avoid it. So we'll see what we can avoid here. We're almost ready to move to the machine. This is the last little step. Making our piping. Just trying to get that like relatively centered. Don't be pulling anything out of weft. Like, don't yank on your tape, right? Make sure it's stuck on there. Oops. Almost had that in one piece. How satisfying would that have been? but it wasn't to be. All right, so if you have like junk on the twine like this where it's kind of sticking off, sometimes it's like that because it's natural twine. Just give it a little trim because you will see that chunky stuff in your piping a little bit, and we don't want that. And if you have an area where it's just a really bad joint and it looks bad, just clip yourself a new piece because you want your piping to be nice and smooth, right? So I don't know if y'all saw that, but I had a little gristly bit. And so I'm just gonna like put this over here and start on camera so you can see. And I'm just gonna tack this right down in the middle, and you just want it to be pretty taut and in a pretty straight line, right? Don't be yanking on the cord, but get it like stuck on there. I wouldn't advise using like a hot glue because you'll warp your vinyl. So you can use regular like tacky glue as long as it doesn't make any kind of an ugly mark on the back side of the vinyl. Like, do you see what I mean? If you put hot glue on here and then tacked it, you get ugly little bumps. And you want the texture of this piping to be nice and smooth. So I did cut my stuff at different lengths. I cut, so I have some extra here. It's fine. I'll just cut it off. And now what I'm going to do is get clips. And I'm just going to kind of clip it all the way down to keep it together. So when we stitch down this piping, do you see what's going to happen? We get this beautiful rolled piping. So easy. So much fun. And now you can have custom piping however you want it. And then when we're done sewing it, we'll clip it. And I'll show you that obviously when we move over to the machine. So clip down your piping. Make sure, everything is kind of staying where it needs to, but you don't need to be precise and perfect about this, but you want to make sure that your piping is on the spine of this, right? So like it shouldn't be rolled to one side. It should be on the spine. You could not clip this if your double-sided tape does really well. I don't want to double-side tape this because literally right after we're done sewing this, we're going to clip it all off. We're going to cut this off. So that to me is a huge waste of double-sided tape when I could just clip. So I'm clipping, but you could double-sided tape right next to the piping, just like, so. I don't like to waste when I don't have to. I'm so glad that I saw that connector last night when I was leaving the vendor hall after shopping at Applique Getaway with Wizardry Stitchery, because that's literally what made me think, oh my gosh, I have to do a bag with that blue and white back stitch and rose gold and make some piping and do all that. So literally that was my inspo. Okay, I think we're basically at the end here, and I'll cut off the extra at the end when we're done making it. So the last thing we need to do is just move over to the machine. Like I said, if you get seasick, take your break. Take your break now. I'm literally going to move the camera in like a minute. So this is your warning. Go get a drink, come back in a few minutes, and then you won't get seasick. I'm going to try to block this camera so people don't get sick, but I'm not leaving. I'm trying to get this out of the mount without like jarring y'all is tough. Okay. Okay, I'm reading the comments too here while I'm moving this. Ginger Snap said, I made a gusset that's 4 inches. Adults liked it more. Kids liked the 3-inch gusset. Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of hacking stuff and changing it, right? And once you do this stuff, you learn. You get to know exactly what works for you, what your customers like. Everybody's a little different. And I might find after making this one, okay, I really want I really want this other one. You know what I mean? So we'll see what happens. Oh no, there we go. Good. I was like, oh, what happened? I'll get a very dirty view of my sewing room here, and I will be adjusting the camera still. So if you get seasick still, move away, because I gotta adjust y'all so you can see stuff. So I like to zoom you guys in on the machine so you can kind of see what I'm doing and what I'm working with, but I have to readjust all of this. So maybe like right there, if that's pretty good. Is that a good vantage point? It's ugly. Sorry, you get a big ugly view of my trash can. Actually, what? Oh, well, that's the machine right here, but then yeah, my trash can's behind us. It kind of hides the trash can. I think that's okay. Okay, I've got scraps over here that need to get out of the way. Some stabilizer, which I might want. Hump jumper, seam gauge guide. What else? Tweezers, because I always need little tweezers. Cup of clips. And let me see what else. I want to move this little tin out of the way. I totally keep my sewing supplies in one of these, by the way, because I'm goofy like that. So let me get the rest of this stuff out of the way. I got me some scissors. All my good stuff. So I think we're all right here. I'm gonna, hold on, there might be a little jostle. Oh, you know what? I can't do that. Let me double check. I'm at 70% battery. At some point we may have to unmic. I'm mic'd right now, so you guys have good audio. But if the phone starts to die, I can't do the mic and the battery at the same time. So, but we are like speeding right along. And this, you know, the details on this take a little bit of time, the piping and all that. But if you're not doing the extras, it's pretty quick. So hopefully this is a good vantage point for you guys. The comments are kind of in the way. So what I want you to be able to see is the machine and the handwork I'm doing down here. Maybe I will just zoom you out just like the tiniest bit so you can see a little more. It's like a foam battery I need to just stash somewhere. Okay, so things I need. I need to find uno momento, and then we'll be sewing in just a second. That's what I needed. This is also, again, a good time to take a bathroom break before we sit down if you need one. I'm a slave to chapstick, you guys. Burt's Beeswax. I don't know if you're like me. I literally have chapsticks all over my house. And normally I have one right here on the wall in front of me, but I don't know where it went. I think it ran out, and my other one ran out. So I have like chapsticks at every place in my house where I hang out. And it's like, this is my bathroom chapstick and my purse chapstick, the kitchen chapstick, the sewing room chapstick, the other sewing room chapstick, and my lips. I just die if I don't have it. So I had to get up and get some chapstick. I'm actually going to take this off the connector because I want to remember to top stitch that bad boy. So we're going to put all of our little notions over here. I like to have a container for my notions because otherwise I have a pile and the pile gets lost. And so tip from me to you, if you often forget to put like your special stuff on, like your tags and things, put your notions in like a little dish. I sometimes like to use an antique, let me see, where's my little, here. I use antique saucers all the time. This is a broken one. If you like to do antiquing or like junking or whatever you want to call it, oops. A little tip from me to you, go to your grandma's house, wherever, an estate sale, find yourself some pretty china. This one is broken. It's got a crack in it. So it was part of my collection, and I put all my notions on this. So like if you always forget to put your bag tag and all your little pieces, put it in this dish. And if there's something in the dish, constantly check as you're sewing, check the dish. So if there's something in the dish, you forgot something, it either means you forgot to put your zipper pull on, and check throughout. And then it also helps keeps all your little bits together. So like here's my bag tag that I don't want to forget. I'm going to put it in the dish. Actually, I already put one in. So we'll move that. I stuck the one on, and then it just helps to keep stuff out of the pile, right? So, and it's just, to me, I just think it's romantic to put it in a little tea saucer. And I happen to have that around and it was broken. So it's like, well, I don't want to throw it away. It's still pretty. It's still old. This is like 100-year-old saucer, and you can pick these up for really cheap and really pretty patterns. So I like to do what is called romancing the ordinary whenever you can. So could I have put all those little notions in a Tupperware? I sure could. But why when I can put it in something cute? So you should always take every opportunity to romance the ordinary if and when you want to, whatever that means to you. Okay, water break. I think I mentioned this. I'm using this really pretty blush colored thread. Hopefully y'all can see that. And so I just need to thread up my machine, and before I thread it all the way, I need to make sure I don't need to wind a bobbin. I think I have a full bobbin of this thread. And I do. I actually think I have two, which is really weird. Why do I have two? Yeah, how funny. I have two. So we'll use one and then we'll use the other. How very advantageous. So I'm going to go through with just regular threading now at this point. I know somebody's going to ask what machine I'm using. It is an industrial. It is a beefy, beefy boy. The brand is actually right here facing you. It is Saruba, S-I-R-U-B-A. My Saruba machine, I get asked this every time. I don't mind y'all asking, by the way. I need to just do like a machine review for it so people can see all the things. I bought it in 2021. It might have been late 2020, but I think it was early 2021. So December or January of 21/20, one of the two. It was after the pandemic, so either late 2020 or early 2021. And it comes exactly as you see it here. So it has a built-in bobbin winder on the top. It is a self-oiling machine. This is a tilt back head. It's got a big oil reservoir underneath here. You can access the bobbin through the top right here looking down, but you also have your hand underneath the machine where you can get to it and open and close the bobbin and all of that. You can also, it cuts the thread automatically either with your foot. There are settings on here to do it automatically. It has built-in light under here. So I have a supplemental light on my station right here in front of me on the wall, but this has a built-in light. It's not a tack strip. It's a built-in light, and it's actually very bright. And it is a dual light. There's one on this side, one on this side. And I actually think there are 4. Yeah, because there's 2 here and 2 on the other side. And they are LED. It also came with the thread stand. It came with the table. It comes with the knee lift. It comes with a servo motor. I got this machine brand new out of the box, as you see it, delivered to my house, filled with oil, set up, and he even gave me like my choice of like 10 or 12 of these cones of thread for $1,750. Not only that, the service guy gave me his personal phone number, and when I first got the machine and I needed to FaceTime him to get stuff, he did that with me whenever I needed it, and he's incredibly kind. His name was Walter, and amazing service in place. So if you're in the market for an industrial machine, this also does needle up and down, and it has other programmable features that frankly I don't use. Because I don't really know how, but you can program stuff in it like an automatic bar tack and a few other things. I don't do that because I'm just not that fancy, but I love the machine and it can sew through a lot. That being said, it was giving me some weirdness yesterday, and honest to God, I think it's that I haven't sewn in so long. I think I was threading it wrong. So just, FYI on that. I don't know what exactly it was that I was doing. I eventually got it to sew fine, so it was definitely a user error. I just haven't been sewing a whole lot. So I think I just kept like unthreading it and rethreading it. I changed the needle. I did a few other things, and then it was fine. So I don't really know what I did. I just know I did it. I might have even put the bobbin in wrong. So anyway, just an FYI, if it's being weird today, it's not the machine. It's definitely me because I did it yesterday and had to figure it out. So Kalisha says, hi Ray. Hi Kalisha. I know you just commented asking about the templates and where I would be with them. So I will be in St. Louis, Missouri in September, and I'll have them there at the Oh So Crafty Expo, and then I will also have them, I'm still hoping to get into Houston Quilt Festival if they're not full, but no promises on that because I haven't even looked. I spoke with them in February, and then I haven't revisited it because I wasn't sure if I would have teeth. So I wanted to get my dental work done, but I'm done now and everything's all good. So I'm hoping to do Houston Quilt Festival, which is in November, I believe, November 5th. And then I'm also doing OSQE here in Irving in Dallas in August. And so I will have the Mav Pack templates and other templates, plus paper patterns, plus, hardware and all that good stuff at those places this year. And I have a lot of different locations for 2024, including Socation Sin City. So it's the So Oside Socation in Las Vegas. I'll have them there. And I believe she said that's summer of 2024. So I'll have lots of places that they'll be at. Hey Heidi. She said, I'm a tongue out sewer, especially when curves get tricky, so chapstick is necessary. Yeah, my father-in-law is a tongue out concentrator. And he also, oddly enough, is just like me, chapstick at all times. Sometimes we've been at his house, like out of town, and he keeps chapstick, like unopened, brand new chapsticks, like tons of them. And if it's like the middle of the night and I'm like, my chapstick ran out, I need chapstick, can I have one of your chapsticks? He always goes and gets me a new one. So I have a bunch of his chapsticks. I'm a chapstick fiend. I love it. I need it. I need it to live. I'm a Burt's Beeswax fan. Not that we really need to talk about chapstick, but I'm taking a quick break here, just catching my breath, drinking some water before I start sewing, just another minute. This will also give anybody an opportunity to catch up. I'm a Burt's Beeswax original fan, but I don't know about y'all. Growing up, I was born in the late 80s, so my mom would, put chapstick on me as a kid, and she always used cherry Carmex. Does anybody remember Carmex? Those yellow tubes, the squishy tube with the red cap, and then she also had it in the pot. The little, it almost looked like these, the Mojo Sews. It was like this, but for chapstick, it was white on the bottom and yellow on the top, and it had the Carmex logo. That smell, you guys, takes me back to being 5 years old. Like, I can smell Carmex and just, it takes me away. So that sounds so weird, but I think I might go on Amazon and see if I can't find Carmex. I don't think any of my local stores would have it. I've never seen it. And I'm just thinking now, oh man, I think I need some Carmex for old time's sake. And by the way, in regards to my machine, I think what happened yesterday, either I threaded it wrong or something weird that was happening. If this has ever happened to you, pay attention. Oops, this is the reverse button. I just hit. I had a needle strike while I was sewing. And not a big deal, it didn't hurt anything, but it bent my needle, and I thought, well, that was kind of weird. Well, it struck the plate, and it made a burr on the plate, on the hole that the thread goes through. So my thread kept getting caught and unthreading while I was sewing. I'd sew 1 or 2 stitches and it'd come unthreaded. So I didn't figure it out for a long time. I couldn't figure out what happened, and I'm pretty sure, but I'm not 100%, the plate had a burr on it. Let me show you. This plate is really well worn. Hopefully you can see. Do you see the top of the plate right there where my fingernail is? And it's really rough. And there's a hole there. And I think it was catching my thread and unthreading my machine. And at first glance, I didn't see it until I looked in the light, and then I saw it and I went, that's weird. So, just an FYI, if something has happened to you like that and there are weird things going on while you're trying to sew, check your throat plate, because once I changed this, I just popped it off and put on a new throat plate. I have spares. It like fixed everything. So again, I don't really know what I was doing wrong and why it was being weird, because it was sewing fine and then not sewing fine. But I think that's what happened. So anyway, we're going to start with all of our base pieces first to sew. We'll get some of these out of the way a little bit. I'm going to take my slip pocket and my seam roller, because I didn't properly like crease this very nice. Fold it in half. Just make sure all of your raw edges match and your pretty side is out, right? So wrong sides together. I'm also really sorry, this chair is the squeakiest thing in the world. It's a gamer chair, but it was the big Techni Sport one that's recommended, but y'all, it's the loudest chair in the world. And when it came, it had like markings all over it. It was all dirty, even though it was brand new from the company. I'm not that impressed. It's comfortable, but I'm not, it's just so wiggly and fart noises. So I promise it's the chair, it's not me. Anyway, seam press this, and then I'm going to top stitch at a quarter to an eighth. I like to go close. By the way, y'all are going to see me on this machine. This is not a Teflon foot. This is a regular zipper foot. You will need a zipper foot today. If you need a Teflon foot, obviously get that. I assemble and do 99.9% of everything with my zipper foot, and that's what you're going to see me do today. My trick is I like my zipper foot for top stitching, because it gives me a super narrow top stitch too. So I hardly ever take it off. I'm going to use like a 3.75-ish. My machine on the stitches goes 0 to 5. So I go like 3 3/4, just about. Okay, so we're just top stitched right across the top of the pocket. Put my trash can on the right side here so I can throw all my threads away. Okay, so you can treat this however you like. I like to baste. I'm a baster because this is like flopping open and it's bugging me. So we don't have to get fancy with it, but I just want this to stay lined up. I'm just gonna baste right on the seam allowance across the bottom edge. I'm gonna baste it to the layer I'm gonna put it on too, because again, I'm a big baster. I like to baste. One thing you guys are gonna hear me refer to, I know a lot of old school people are gonna go, that's not basting. Okay, look, it's basting, all right? It's a stitch with the purpose just to hold stuff in place that you're not gonna see. I call it dirty basting because I don't actually change my stitch length. Sometimes I do, most of the time I don't. Usually I backstitch on it because I'm not removing it. It's literally just to tack stuff down. So, dirty basting. So, okay, I cut this piece nice and even, and it's a little bit bigger than my panel, as you can see. This is my main body panel, and I have a little bit of overhang. So I'm just gonna line up all my bottoms and make sure we're straight across on my panel. Liner to liner. I have one of my liners and my slip pocket piece we just top stitched. I am going to pop this on here, and I'm just gonna baste right at the top, right in the seam allowance. We're using 1/4 inch seam allowances on this bag, so you're basting it 1/8 of an inch. You don't want to see it later. I am going to baste all the way around, but the reason I do this on both sides right now is that way it doesn't shift left and right and my pocket stays straight. Oops. Well, that didn't cut very clean. I do think my razor in this is starting to go, because sometimes I get these little thread shreddies. This is also like old thread. It's just the yellow brand, you know, like this kind. And sometimes I worry, like I said this on a live earlier, sometimes I just think that like the thread is kind of old because it shreds a lot more. The Kasaya swag thread. Oops. And The wizardry thread doesn't do that. So as you can see, I just kind of basted here and here to hold this left and right. And then I'm going to actually do the same thing on the bottom again. Just really ugly like. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so what I'm left with, it's on here. You can choose to move forward, but because we're binding, I like to make sure all of these layers are joined together. So here's what I do. Flip it over to the wrong side, and now you can see your wrong side. Put it under your machine and go ahead and just baste all the way around now. You don't have to backstitch. We don't really care. Keep it out of visibility. But because we already stitched the pocket down on the top, we should have really minimal shifting. Now the last thing I'm going to do is this is the right side. I now have my slip pocket and I basted it all the way around the edges. Now I'm going to take my scissors and trim off the extra, right? So see how I can see on the wrong side? I'm just going to trim all this extra off. That way when I go to actually stitch later, I can line up all my layers nicely. Because with this extra in the way, I can't see my corners and stuff from the front side. Does that make any sense? So I'm just going to cut all the excess off so that it now matches up with my lining panel perfectly. So I just cut off the extra. And now I treat this as one piece. Like the pocket doesn't even exist. I treat it exactly as this other layer. Make sense? You can go forward and do this on any bag you want as long as you can handle the bulk in the seam. I love, if I can get in there, a slip pocket. If the pocket, little advice to you, this is a small bag, so this is okay. If the pocket is any wider than this is like 6.5, 7 inches wide, I put a split down the pocket. You can choose to do that a 60-40 split, a 50-50 split. You can make a little pin split down the middle and have technically 3 pockets if you want that. I do that because once it gets past like 7-10 inches, the pocket will kind of be, it's just a long span. It'll kind of droop a little bit. So you don't need these massive, huge slip pockets. You want them kind of, trim so you can put a phone in it and then the phone can kind of lean on the front. This is a small bag, so it's okay. But just some advice, if you're new to doing slip pockets like this, don't let them get too wide. You'll need to stitch, down the middle somewhere. So set these aside for now. The next thing we're going to do is top stitch our little D-ring connector for the top. Get all this out of my way here. I think I'm getting some comments here. Kalisha says she remembers the Carmex. Yep. I really don't know if they make that anymore. And then Nicole said, I don't think the yellow brand thread is bonded. Maybe that's the difference in the shredding. It could be, it's not terribly expensive and I don't buy more of it. I really like the Kasaya thread. I'm just trying to get through a bunch of these cones and I have some of the wizardry thread as well. And I love both of them. I think they're fine, really fine products. This one says strong bond on the bottom of it, the yellow. So I don't know what that means, but it's fine. It doesn't shred all the time. It's good. It's just sometimes I have an issue a little bit, and I really do think my cutter might be getting on. I mean, I haven't serviced it or done anything with it in 3 years. It might just be dull. So I'm going to top stitch using, again, my zipper foot all the way down. Too much stuff in my way. And scary scissors falling on me. If you struggle with top stitching and getting too close or far from the edge, Hopefully you can see that in the light a little. That's the zipper foot. It gives me consistent top stitching every time, so that's why I just assemble the whole bag with it. If you need Teflon, they make Teflon zipper feet, or my advice to you would be to just use your regular zipper foot and go on Amazon and search for Teflon tape. And you can actually apply a piece of Teflon tape to the bottom of your foot. I have that on my domestic because there's a specific foot I really love, and it works wonders, and it's probably really, cheap, and then you can use the Teflon tape on all kinds of stuff and all kinds of feet. I don't need that on this machine. It will eat through a car hood. So it doesn't really need that with vinyl, but if you need that, Teflon tape. Okay, so I'm going to put this back. It's top stitched. Actually, I won't do that because we're going to make our little trapezoids now. So grab your 2 pieces. We'll set that aside for the moment. Actually, I guess I need that, don't I? Duh. Okay, so one of these trapezoids, and we're gonna right side just like this. We're gonna stick this guy right here on top. You can use double stick tape if you need to. I am gonna baste this, so I know it's not gonna shift because this is just too much thickness to deal with. So I'm just gonna baste. For this one, I will actually change my stitch length because I don't want to eat through my vinyl too much. So get your connector or your D-ring, whatever you're putting through this, because we're gonna stitch it in place now. I'm using this big old bad boy. Hopefully I don't regret that later. Actually, I may have to leave this longer like that, which is gonna give me a little bit of a Shrekier look, but I don't care because I really want to use this big connector. And I don't see any other way of doing it. The narrow zipper foot is going to help me, but y'all look at this. That is going to be tight. I might regret using this connector, and I'm going to be really bummed if I can't do it. We can do it. Come on, we can do it. Okay, so I'm going to make sure it's centered. Again, double stick tape might be your friend here. But I'm just going to start in the middle and baste, so I know it's not going to move. Did I do that right? I did. I hate how long that piece is, but it'll be worth it. It'll be fine. If you do a D-ring, you can make it a lot closer and don't get the Shrekier look. So now I'm basically going to lay this other one on top of, just like this. So you should have a little sandwich like that. And then I'm gonna do the straight line across the top. Up here it's 1/4 inch seam allowance. You can stray a little on this seam allowance if you have to, and I may have to because of the thickness of this thing. This part is not gonna be too big of a deal. And because of the thickness, you may also need a hump jumper. Anybody who's watched my videos before, you know I use a 1/2 of a broken clothespin. If you need a hump jumper, 1/2 of a broken clothespin is awesome. I'm gonna shorten my stitch length just a little bit. I was on a based length. Okay, so I did right across the top, and now I'm gonna do my sides, corner to corner on my little trapezoid pieces. Ooh, I think I just scratched the bejeebers out of my little hardware there. That was sad. I probably should have put some Hugo's tape on this. In fact, before I scratch this more, I'm getting out Hugo's tape, and I'm gonna just tape my little hardware up because that I did just scratch it, and that made me sad. I grinded it on my little plate there. So we'll just wrap it up. I'm not going to do the whole thing, but this will just kind of protect it. These little suckers were kind of expensive, so I really don't want to like lose my pretty hardware before I even get to use it. Okay, well that'll help, and it is going to be a little sticky, but now I don't have to worry about scratches. Okay. Okay, take two. I'm going to go from this corner right here to this corner, and I'm going to repeat here and here, and we're leaving obviously this bottom part open. Okay. And again, 1/4 inch seam allowance, but you know, if you have to fudge it, the narrow zipper foot is going to help me on this, and now I need to make sure that my stupid Hugo's tape is out of the way. So I'm just going to fold it up and get it out of there. I don't want to, I mean, it's clear, but I don't want to sew that into my seam allowance because then it's going to be a pain to remove. Okay, so that's one side. And hopefully I got enough wiggle room in here, and let me get my tape out of the way. Okay, I think we're gonna be good. I'm really happy because I was about to be really sad that I couldn't use this connector. That would have bummed me out so hard. And I didn't even have to fudge the 1/4 inch seam allowance. I was able to keep 1/4 inch on this. I do backstitch a lot, maybe more than I need to, but I like to make sure all my stuff stays in place. So this is what we should be left with. We've got our D-ring or our connector in here, a little bit of our little guy sticking out in there, and yeah, we're all happy. So what I like to do, get yourself some really sharp scissors. I like to nip these corners, and I don't nip too hard into them. I'm going to stitch right there one more time. I didn't go far enough into that corner, and I know that's going to upset me later. So I'm just going to quick do it right now before I'm upset. Okay, much better. Okay, so now I'm going to scoop the corners. I'm going to take nice sharp scissors. When I say scoop the corner, I'm only doing a little tiny bit, and I do it in a rounded scooped motion. Do you see that? And I didn't cut any of the stitches. I'm doing that on both sides. Gives me nice sharp corners when I'm all done, and the scooped motion takes out more than going straight across as a triangle. You want to get as much volume out of that corner as possible without damaging, you know, the integrity of the bag or the stitches. So now we're going to turn this little guy, which is a bit of a pain, but we're going to do it. Looks like Pam joined, and she says hi from NH. I'm assuming that is New Hampshire. Hello, hello. If you want to trim down these seam allowance, by the way, you can. I don't. But you just, now with these in vinyl, you got to kind of work it. I like to peel it back like a banana a little bit. And then once you do that, you can kind of use the connector to tug and the edges to tug gently. And just pop it on out. And your connector should help you pull your corners all the way out. But if it didn't, get your seam ripper and stiletto. Make sure it's the blunt end, and just poke those corners out nice while you can right now, as best as you can. With vinyl that's really thick, I find in this close of a corner, at this angle, it's not going to be like the sharpest corner, but it should be pretty good. And so then we'll kind of just finger press this. Look how cute. Got a castle above another castle. Castles on castles. Dalva says hello from Puerto Rico. Hello, Dalva. And then you can do this before or after. You are going to want to trim these little flappers off, at least I do, the little ears, but I think I'll wait. I'm going to top stitch this right now. I darn near got that castle centered, you guys. I did a pretty good job. The little circle around it is a little bit off, but the castle itself is centered. I'm okay with that. Otherwise, I've got Genie, so I guess I can decide if I want Genie or the castle with another castle, which way I'm gonna put it on here. You can also decoratively, you could put a rivet through this, you can put a rivet through this, totally up to you. You can top stitch here. I don't do that. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm happy with it the way it is, and it's totally fine. So, but I am gonna top stitch, just starting on one side, again using my zipper foot to keep consistent. I'm gonna just pop that up to a 4. Honestly, I'll probably assemble on a 4 what my machine is a 4, and top stitch on a 4 too. That's good for vinyl for me. I'm hand cranking that last little part right there so I hit the corner perfect. I highly recommend hand cranking. No pun intended. Or gross joke intended, I guess I should say, but I do recommend hand cranking so you can hit all your marks. It makes a big difference in the look of your bag. Okie doke, y'all. We're top stitched. Woot woot. So now, if you want to, you can dirty baste this closed. It's such a small piece, I don't find I need to do that, but I am just gonna trim off the little ears. I'm not even gonna trim mine to be even. See how one of the, like the back and the front don't quite line up? I don't care, I'm sewing through all those and it's like 1/8 of an inch difference. If yours is vastly off, trim it. But I am okay with that. And now I'm gonna put mine on the back. So this is my back panel where my logo is not. I didn't put center markings on this one, so I'm gonna put center marks real quick. I'm just gonna fold it in half, flatten it out, and give myself a little snip. It's 1/4 of an inch seam allowances, remember, so don't snip deep. You want a little tiny triangle. If you snip too big, you're gonna see it. And so now that I've snipped one, I'm gonna snip the rounded side. Okay, so now I've got a pretty good center mark. That last one wasn't super good, but it gives me an idea. Okay, so this is my back panel, which means this panel is going to be up against my body, which means this is the part that I want facing me, I think, the castle. So that means I want to put it like this on the back panel, because then when it flips up right, we have the castle, right? That is right, but I don't know if I want the castle facing the front. I don't know if I like it. What do you think? Should we do 2 castles? I mean, I already have a castle right here. Do I really need 2 castles? Dalva asked, what size templates are you going to offer and how many pieces? So there's tons of iterations, Dalva. I'm going to have 3 sizes. So the original, the 115%, which that's what I'm making right now, is the 115, and the 120. We might add more later, but that's what we're starting with. And each of those iterations is going to have the original gusset style, the zippered hack gusset style, as well as piece-wise, you can order just the curves. So the curves are going to be like this piece and this piece, and then the strapped piece. I say just the curves. I know this has no curves, but it's basically everything that's in a regular shape on the pattern. And then you can also opt to buy the full pattern. So if you want the rectangular pieces sized at 115%, with the, zipper, gusset, hack, all that, you can buy every piece. But for the Mav pack, the base one will be 3 pieces. This piece, this piece, and not sitting here next to me is the strap piece. Different bag, but this piece. So it'll just be 3 pieces. That's going to be your cheapest option. So, and then obviously the original size is going to be the cheapest. The price will go up a little bit because, you know, the templates get a little bigger. And, but this one doesn't have a ton of pieces, so should be, you know, fairly economical. And then that'll be fast to get them out. So hopefully that answers that question. Kalisha said, that is so cute. I know. Thank you. I'm really excited about it. I hope it turns out as cute as I want it to be, but I'm really excited about it. This one, I don't know if you guys are like me. I sew a lot of bags. I don't keep any of them. I always think I'm going to, and then I post it and someone wants to buy it, and it makes me really happy, obviously to sell a bag, but it makes me really, really happy when someone loves the thing I put together and they want it, like they want to love it. You know what I mean? So I always feel like, oh, I'll just make another one. And I get really excited. So when somebody's like, I want to buy it, I have a really hard time saying no, but this is one I think that it's like, no, this is going to be mine. Out of all the years I've been doing bags, I started bags in 2014-ish, 2015. I think I own like 3 bags of mine and I've made a lot. Even the ones I sewed for myself, I ended up selling because people loved them so much, and I just thought I can make another one. And then of course I never did. So, this one though, I'm thinking I'm going to keep it if I like it. So I'm going to baste this on, make sure that it's the back panel that's facing your body and you're folding this up in the end. So make sure whichever thing you're trying to face, you're doing it right. I do want the castle to face to the front. I'm going to center this on my little piece here, and I'm basting. Again, 1/8 of an inch because it's 1/4 inch seam allowances on here. Alrighty, so we're left with that. It's now basted. So when my bag is facing front, you have to imagine the rest of the bag here, and it'll be like that. And I know it's super silly to have 2 castles, but I don't care. I like it. Castles, and in fact, you want to know what's really funny? This is so silly, you guys, but one of these is the Disney World castle, and one of them is the Disneyland castle. I forget which. I believe this is Aurora's castle, Sleeping Beauty's castle. In Disneyland, not the French one, and I'm pretty sure this one's Disney World, which is fine because this vinyl is mixed. Because look at this, has Epcot, which is Disney World, and it has Mickey's Fun Wheel, which is Disneyland. So how freaking perfect. I love it. Anyway, okay, we basted this. We have nothing to do on the main panel right now. I think we can move on to our zipper gusset. Actually, if you want, we can do our piping. We can get that out of the way. We should have done that as part of our prep. So let's do our piping. This is easy. We're using the foot, the zipper foot. It's narrow, and we're literally just going to sew a straight line, and we are going to make the longest stitch length we can. And we're going to just butt this up. Hopefully y'all can see this well. We're going to butt it up, and right where my fingernail is, we're going to sew as tightly as we possibly can. You want to get so tightly next to this string in the vinyl that it looks like it's like, I mean, it's tight. Otherwise your piping's going to be loose and it'll be ugly. We do not want loose piping. So you're going to put the piping, my foot is the left justified, so the straight edge is on the left, the needle's on the right of my foot. Whatever side the needle is on your zipper foot, whichever one you're using, put the piping on that side. Does that make sense? The string or whatever, rope, put that on the right side, the part where the needle is. If yours is opposite, your foot is opposite, then do opposite. But that will allow you to get the tightest stitch up close to your piping. Hope you guys can see this. Do you need me to like zoom you in? Hopefully I can still. Okay. Hopefully you can still see this, and I'm gonna try to keep my hands out of the way, but do you see how I have it like that? And it's tight, tight, tight up against here. If you sew through the rope a tiny bit, it's okay. That's fine. You're not gonna know it in the end because it gets tucked, you know, really far into the seam. You don't wanna go in here a lot because it'll make it uneven, and you just wanna sew a nice straight line all the way down. Slow and steady wins the race. If your piping gets a little off weft, that's okay. Look at this piece. This is a pre-made piece. It's not perfectly straight. You see that? It doesn't have to be perfectly straight, but you want the piping part to be nice and clean. It's not bulgy. So I'm going to lengthen my stitch length just because we're going to stitch through this vinyl again later, and I don't want to perforate it too much. And we don't need to waste thread on this. This is just I'm going to backstitch, but this is just simply to hold this in place. Keep it up against the foot super, super tight. Go slow. Double check your work as you're going. Make sure it's nice and tight in there. It is. I think we're good. I think I'm happy, but adjust it with your fingernails or your stiletto if you have to as you go. Just make sure it keeps tight. So do we see what I'm doing here? Making piping, and see it's nice and straight and even. So I'm reading your comments here real quick. So Heidi said correct. That's the tissue paper print from Shop Disney Packages. Yes, they called it. It was from Backstitch is who ran it, and they call it tissue paper, which is why they call it tissue paper because that's what it's from. And yeah, I absolutely love that print. So flipping cute. That was a real home run for Backstitch for sure. I'm going to pop some of these clips out just because they get caught on the edge of my table while I sew when they get too long. And again, you can see this is kind of curling a little bit. I don't care because all I care about is the piping being nice and straight. I don't care about this side. We're not going to see it. Just going to readjust. All the way down. Once you learn how to make your own piping, I mean, you can buy it. It's not expensive, but if you don't have it on hand, I mean, you can literally just make it out of whatever you want. And again, you can make this out of waterproof canvas. You can even make it out of cotton. You just probably really need to interface the cotton so the cotton holds up on the rounded edge right here, because if it rubs, it won't be, you know, as, thick cotton, and so you don't want it to rub a hole, and the corners are the parts that, you know, protrude the most. I think on that part I did sew into my cord just a tiny bit, but it's okay. It's not gonna be a big deal. I don't think we'll be able to tell in the end, and I think we're getting to the end of our cord here. Yes, I am. I'm just gonna sew my last couple little things there. This was extra at the end, so check it out. We got piping. I'm gonna just sew right across this end to keep this in place, just to forbid, it probably won't, but I don't want it to pull out. So I just made a little fixed stitch at the end there. I don't think it would, but like, how mad would you be? I've got double stick tape in there too. So I don't think we're gonna have that problem, but we'll see. Scrappies, toss them off. Okay, so this is what I was saying about I don't really care if this isn't lined up super perfect because I'm clipping it. We have a really small seam allowance here. So on my pre-bought piping, if you saw my other Mav that I made with the purple, it had a whole bunch of extra on the side like this, and I trimmed it down to match the seam allowance. So your end goal is that you want the edge of this piping, do you see that little edge in there where I'm running my fingernail? That's gonna line up with our seam allowance, which means from the edge of this piping right there, the little divot, to the end needs to be the full width of our seam allowance. So this is about 1/4 of an inch wide. Does that make sense? So we're gonna trim this down to have 1/4 of an inch wide edge here. The reason we made it so thick was just to ease of holding this together, clipping it, keeping it out of the way. It's a little wasteful, but trust me, you wouldn't want to fold it that thin and try to sew it. It would be a nightmare. So now just take your scissors and run it down for about 1/4 of an inch away from the stitch line you just made. It doesn't have to be perfect, but you know, try to keep it relatively clean. Don't go less than 1/4 of an inch, More is, you can always take more away. If you go too skinny, you're going to have a problem and it's going to be a bear to stitch it down. Our next step after this is going to be to attach the piping to our front panel, our front main body panel. You can put this on the front, the back, the sides, everywhere. I find that's not necessary, and I just put it on the front panel because that's where it's prettiest. But you can put it wherever you want. Just understand that it adds bulk anywhere that you put it. So you got to be a little careful and choosy if you're working on a machine that cannot, you know, sew through thick layers. So that's what we're left with. I probably did a scant over a quarter, but that's okay. Keep them, toss them, whatever you want to do, your scraps. Hey, actually, here's a thought. If you guys have ever made my wonder strap video, these pieces we just cut off, keep them aside and you can make a wonder strap. You'll have to cut more, but could be helpful. So we've now made piping for our front piece. And so I'm going to take my front main body panel. That's the one that I put my tag on. I'm going to stitch that down right now before I forget, because remember, it's just double stick taped on. And I'll totally forget and finish the whole bag and then have a double stick tape tag. So let's, oops, got caught on my needle here. Let go. I'm going to shorten my stitch length for the tag because I need a pretty short one. So I do like a 2.5 to navigate, and then get my little tags on. Oops. I hand crank on these too because I like to get it perfect. I put a little guide on all the tags that I make. So that way you get a perfectly straight line, because in my opinion, I think it's really ugly when you have a tag and the line around the back edge is all wonky and goofy. So I always put a stitch guide on here. The other thing it does is your stitches kind of sink into the guide because they are engraved, excuse me. So I'll show you in the end when I'm done. The stitching like barely shows up. It doesn't detract from the tag. If it's a bag for a customer and it's like a fancy tag, I will literally hand crank the whole tag because I don't want, this is a neutral thread, so I'm not pressed about it, but I did just get a little bit outside of the box. You can't even really tell, but it's still there. And if I had just hand cranked the whole thing, it would have been literally perfect, but you can see how the stitches, that's where I got off. So like from back here, it's fine. But do you see how the stitches are kind of sunk in? That's why I put the guide on all the tags that I make. So you can get a nice, crisp, clean look and have it be like precision. Because it drives me a little batty. I gotta tell you guys, it drives me a little batty when I see tags and they're like all skewed, and you do you, it's okay. I'm not judging, I'm not trying to be mean. It pokes me in the eye and it just makes me really sad. So I solve it by putting a guide on my stuff. Okay, so we have that. We did our tag. This is your reminder to do your tag. So what we're going to do now, you have a center line down here on the bag. You can pick any point to start and finish your piping, but no, it's going to overlap. There's no way to cleanly do it where there's no overlap. There has to be overlap. So tuck it. You can tuck it on the side over here where the gusset's going to meet if you want to. It's up to you. I just start it at the beginning and, the end. So the middle, I'm sorry, is in the beginning and the end. That's what I meant. We are attaching our piping right here. In fact, I might use this side because it's a little thinner. Let me cut this little stray off. It is going toward the middle of your panel. Let me back you up just a little bit. Okay, maybe that's better. We're going to start and we're going to attach right here, and we are going to actually take our piping and we're going to dip down below. We're going to cut the extra off in the end. So we dip down below like this, just for a couple of stitches, and then we're going to twist. I'll show you what I mean by that. But what that's going to end up doing, and the piping, the fat part of the piping, the big juicy piping part, points toward the middle of our bag. The raw edge goes toward the outside raw edge, so that eventually when we turn our seam, what we're left with is that. Did you see? So raw edges to raw edges, and you're going to start in the middle. That's where I prefer to do it, and just dip down just a little bit. Less is more. We made extra just for this reason. Dip down a little bit. We're going to start stitching on this exact stitch line that we made before, because that's our 1/4 of an inch seam allowance for the bag. So it's going to disappear in our seam. I'm going to do just a little bit, cut it, and show you guys just so you can see it up close. And then you can understand, you know, how to do it. Pull out some thread here just so I don't have to deal with that. So I'm pointing downward just a wee bit. I'm actually going backward. I need to go this way. Hold on, my brain just, like, I lost my, let's see, toss this around my neck and see if that'll help me. My brain just kind of stopped braining a little bit. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay, still the same thing I said before, it's correct. I just needed to get it under my machine here. So we're gonna start on the edge, and you know what though? I need to switch. Normally I would switch zipper feet, but I don't feel like doing that, so I just need to go opposite of what my normal instinct would be. Because we want our needle, the little side where our needle comes out under our zipper foot, toward the piping. So this is opposite of how I would normally go. But, so we'll start this way. Sorry. Everything is still true, like what I said, but I just need to get this under the machine correctly. I'm having a hard time. There we go. Okay, so now it's on the right side of the foot. Okay, so needle is up against the piping, just like before. We're just gonna start 1 or 2 stitches in. You can back stitch if you want. I think that'll be pretty good right about there. And now I'm rotating. Do you guys see how I just did that? I secured it, and now I'm just rotating the piping so that it's even. And what that basically does is points this little bit underneath and sticking out. Do you see that? I'll stitch a little bit and then I'll cut it so you can see what I did. So now all my raw edges are lined up, and I'm just gonna stitch right along the piping. You can lengthen your stitch length for this. I'm still on like a 3mm or whatever, 2 from the tag, so make your stitch longer because you don't want to eat your project. And then just make sure your raw edge of your vinyl, because you cut it down, is even with your piping edge. Raw edge is even with your vinyl. All raw edges are even. Go slow, follow the pattern piece, okay? But you need to get the curves of the bag correct. Follow the pattern piece. Rotate through your corner, follow the curves. Do not lose the pattern piece. Don't cut corners on this step. Just take your time. If it's not lined up right, you will see it in the end. Not hard. You just gotta take your time. Now we're starting on the curve on the top. I'm gonna back stitch and cut. You don't do that. I'm doing it so I can show you, so you understand what I'm doing, and I just want to hold it into place. So do you see what I've done? The piping is toward the inside of the bag. Raw edges are all lined up, and they're even as I can possibly get them, and I followed the curve of the bag right at my 1/4 inch seam allowance. So in the end, when we end up turning this, do you see how pretty that's going to be? We get just that beautiful rolled piping. So keep going all the way around, and then I'm going to show you in the end. I'll show you now since it's out here. Let's pretend I went all the way around, and we are now here, and what we're literally going to do is overlap our piping just like this. Overlap both pieces, make like a little X, and then later when we turn it, see how that is? It's clean. That's what we want, kind of like that braid look. So keep on stitching. Find where I stopped. I stopped right there. So lots of questions about this piping when I posted the mavs that I made before, and I just thought that was so funny because I thought to myself, like, oh wow, people really like that piping. They're really into that. So, and I had a lot of questions. Where's a tutorial for the piping? How do you do the piping? So here we are. I mean, I might do like an official, but I figured a live video is a lot faster for y'all. Because, you know, edited videos take a really long time. I don't edit my videos, my husband does it. But he has a full-time job, a busy, stressful full-time job. And so it's kind of tough. You know, he tries his best, but that's why my tutorial videos take a really long time to come out. It's not because I don't want to shoot them. I shoot them and then they just kind of sit for a while. Because it's all about like what he can do in his work schedule. So like I said, we wait for him because he gives us nice edited videos with music and pretty lighting, and he does all kinds of effects and things. But, you know, it takes time. So when you get to the end here, pull the one out of the way that you already started. Make sure it stays out of the way. Kind of make it into like a left hand, like a little turn. I guess a right hand turn, whatever. And then you're going to do the same with this one. You're just going to overlap it. And you're going to kind of bunch them up next to each other, but you want them overlapped because you don't want to end them next to each other. If you end them next to, I mean, you can end them next to each other if you all can see that, but there's a little hole there. You're going to see the little hole. I prefer like the braided look where they're overlapping, but that's a personal preference if you don't mind the little hole. And I don't make a real sharp curve, just dip it down below the edge of the bag. And then same with this one. And then stitch all the way across. Make sure your edges are still lined up. You can keep it straight until you get to the very end and then curve, you know, just a little. And then follow the curve off the edge of the bag, back stitch, trim it. So that's what we're left with. Do we kind of see how that happens? So again, if you look, I'm just going to turn it upside down. That's what it'll look like in the end. It kind of has that braided twist look. This is a really small bag. And we did make ourselves like 6 extra inches of piping. We probably didn't need to. Now you're going to go ahead and push this flat, like from the back. If you're good, obviously pretend like it doesn't even exist. Push it flat and trim everything. Careful not to cut the front of your piping, but trim the tails off so it's even with your panel. Now see that? I have a little more I need to cut off right there. Just be careful you're not like trimming something you want on the front. This is a little persnickety. But there we go. So it's nice and even. Yes? That's how you do piping. If you want this on the back, do the same thing. If you want it on the gussets, like I could do it on the gusset, it's literally the same thing. There's just no curve. So what you would do is attach it. This is a gusset piece. Put it here. I guess I might do it on the gusset. I don't know why I couldn't. It is going to add bulk. And then you'd sandwich pretty sides together and just stitch this at 1/4 inch seam allowance. You could baste it first if you want, but it's just like a zipper sandwich. And then when you fold it back, you get piping. So if you want that, you can add it on the gusset pieces between the bottom gusset and the zipper top gusset, if that makes sense. You don't want to put it this way probably. I mean, that's what we just did right here. So that's a personal preference, up to you. I don't know if I'll do that. I don't really want to add more bulk because what it is going to do is right here where the gusset is, let's pretend we did it. You're going to have all this bulk right here folded and then this bulk right here folded. And do you see how that kind of starts to be a lot? That's a lot in my opinion. So I'm not going to do it, but you do you, boo-boo. If you like it, you do it. I think I might put this tag on the front this time. So what you could do is baste it right in here. And again, just experiment with how it's going to look. So when we turn the bag, make sure that it looks okay. It would look like that. So I think I might put it on the front. I put the last one on the back. I don't know. Let me think on this for just a hot second. I think maybe I want it on this side, because then it reads that way. I could also put it in the gusset, but then I need to make sure that I'm putting the gusset toward the top so it hangs down. I don't think I like that though. I think I'm gonna put it on the back where I put it before. I think that made me happiest. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna double check my battery life here. It's really hard to see. It looks like I'm pretty low, maybe. Sorry, I can't read this. Y'all are gonna see my eyeball because here it is, 48%. So that's not too bad. Okay. Any questions, comments, concerns so far? What are we thinking about? What are we, anything? Just trucking along? Just trucking along. All right, well, now that we've I think we've done all the prep work, we can start on our zipper gusset. So why don't we, oh, I lied, just kidding. Do your back slider hack. So this is that quad folded. We're just gonna top stitch one direction and the other direction. Super easy peasy, top stitch through all the layers. If you had a base stitch for the piping, go back down. I think I was doing a 4 is what I said for top stitching and all that. I always forget some like little piece of prep work, y'all. I'm always like, oh, I'm ready to go. Just kidding, I gotta do a strap. Oh, I'm ready to go. Just kidding, I have to do connector. Oi. Okie doke. One thing to note, we're doing the quad fold method. I made this mistake on my other one and it's fine. Nobody would notice it but me. But one of these sides has nothing and the other side has the little fold. I accidentally put the folds like that you can see through facing up, and nobody would care but me, but I didn't love that. So just be conscious, and we're gonna baste that on our rear panel right now. And then, yeah, I think we'll be ready to actually finally do that stinking zipper panel. So, that being said, oops, tugged my little tape right off. I do want that to stay on because it does work really well. I just need it to, you gotta like stretch this tape to get it to sort of stay on and make it all sticky like. So, okie doke. I am gonna measure up. I've got just a little like square ruler here. I think I did mine before 1 3/4 inches up and that worked pretty good for me. So I think I'm just gonna stick with that. So I'm gonna find the center and I'm gonna measure 1 3/4 inches up from the bottom, and I'm just gonna plop this little guy here with the fold part down, and it's centered, and I'm gonna make sure it's there, and then I'm gonna check each side and make sure it's straight across. You can double stick tape if you need, whatever you wanna do. Don't forget to put your D-ring on it. So I'm gonna clip it on one side, and then I'm gonna slip my D-ring on here. Do not forget your D-ring. You're gonna be so sad because then you'll have a slider and no D-ring. So pop your D-ring on there. There's mine. And now I'm gonna remeasure this side, make sure it's all straight, which it is. And I'm gonna clip, and then I'm, once again, I'm just gonna baste. I'm basting this on. Oops. So what you should have before you sew is your back panel, not your front panel. And you've measured it and you're just gonna baste. really close in that seam allowance again, because we're going to stitch it several other times, but we have only a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So stitch it at like an 1/8. Keep poking through my thread here. There we go. Okay. I'm just going to measure this one more time because there's nothing more disappointing when it's crooked. If something's shifted, you can shift with it right now on the other side. It actually looks like this one shifted up just a skosh, so I'm going to shift it down. That's why we check, y'all. Okay, so let's see now if that's the end of the prep work, but this is what we're left with. We've got our D-ring slider, and now we're just going to literally keep this, make sure it stays in the middle. If you need to double stick tape this or washi tape or something, do it, because this can move into your seam allowance. I mean, it's pretty big, so I just feel around for it, but if you want to just like washi tape it to the middle, keep it out of your seam down here, but do it here, that's fine to keep it out of the way. You don't want it in your seam anywhere. But this is what we're left with at this point, and we're just going to pretend like none of this is here. We treat this like one layer, like we did nothing. Just like our slip pocket. Okay, are we finally ready to do a gusset? Let's see, what else do we have here in the pile? Main front, main back, 1 lining, 2 lining. Binding we still haven't decided on. I think we're ready for a zipper gusset. Okay, here's your reminder again, put your friggin' zipper pulls on. I already did mine because I'm not forgetting that. I've only done it like once in my whole bag making career, but you guys, it sucks so bad and there's like nothing you can do. It's such a bummer. So, I'm putting this back in my dish. By the way, checking my dish, that's how I knew, oh, I got to do my D-ring, oh, I got to do whatever. My dish was empty. Now it shouldn't be empty because I took my tag out. I'm putting the tag back in so I don't forget my tag. Use the dish. Let me put these gusset pieces back. Okay, so we've got 2 liners, 2 exteriors, and we're literally just making ourselves a nice little zipper sandwich here. So grab 1 exterior and 1 liner, however you want these to go. I think I actually want mine, I don't know if I want to line them up or make them opposite. I think I'm just going to make them opposite because the whole whatever is going to be going through it anyway, the zipper. So double stick tape, in my opinion, is your friend here. I need to find mine. I think I left it on the table, so let me grab that. And we're just going to take 1 side of each, and we're going to make a zipper sandwich. And then we're going to stitch down at a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Easy stuff. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So I like to do, again, this really thin double stick tape, and I go ahead and just put it right to the edge of my seam allowance, or excuse me, right to the edge of my zipper tape to keep it out of the seam allowance is what I meant to say. And I'm just going to do both sides, but just peel 1 side of the double stick tape at a time, because that's how I roll. I know some people do hacks where like they lengthen the stitch, the zipper, excuse me, because they want like a bigger opening, and but we're already getting a bigger opening. Going up to the 115%, our zipper got like 1.5 inches longer or something. Don't quote me on that, but it got longer. I found the opening was plenty for me. I could get a whole water bottle in and out of there. I mean, everything was fine. So I wasn't real concerned. So, I mean, I guess that's up to you. So double stick tape on the pretty side of both sides of the zipper. I'm going to lay my pretty side up of my zipper on the table, and I'm going to start with one of my pieces of vinyl, and I'm just going to peel this off. You could just clip this if you wanted to. I'm going to do a mixture of both because I just don't want any shifting. And honestly, guys, I'm starting to get really tired, but we're so close to being done with this. So I want to keep trucking, but I'm getting really tired. So that means mistakes. And so that means I'm going to be doing redundant, like, safeties. You don't need to, you know, do extras if you don't want to. I just find when I start to get a little tired, I get kind of stupid. And then I'm really mad at myself for making, like, dumb mistakes. But be forewarned, as far as this, like, you know, live tutorial goes, I could be making mistakes, so maybe wait for me to finish the step. So if I screw up, I'll tell you, wait, don't do that. But the other thing is, it's just going to mean I'm going to be sewing a little slower because I'm starting to get a little sleepy. I was up all night last night. I said on a live video earlier, my husband and I went out on a dinner date last night, which was great. I way overate, which is not great. And I mean, I was fine. I wasn't like sick, but I was up all night very much regretting my choices. So I flipped. This is what we're left with. I just double stick taped this. And then I am sandwiching it pretty side. It's the wrong side of the zipper with the pretty side of the canvas. And I'm just going to clip that part. I'm not going to do double stick tape on the back. You can, but I just am double stick taping one and clipping the other. That way I have some redundancy here. But you could put more double stick tape if you wanted. And basically once I'm finished with this and we sew down the edge, we're going to repeat it. I'm also going to double check my whatever here and make sure I didn't just tell you the wrong thing, because my brain be tired. Yeah, I was up at like 4 a.m. just laying there thinking like, oh, I regret eating such a big steak, but it was so good. Okay, so if you double check your work, what you should have is the pretty side of the canvas to the wrong side of the zipper, which is correct. And then the pretty side of the zipper to the pretty side of the vinyl. When you pull it out and top stitch it, it'll look correct. So on this, be careful. We are only doing 1/4 inch seam allowance. If you take too much seam allowance here, we're going to have to trim our gusset down, and that's okay. We can trim the gusset down, but your bag will not be the final thickness, you know, that you're used to. So, anyway, sorry, I'm reading this print here. Thank you, Nicole. Nicole said, I just want to let you know I love the color combo of your project. Looks fab. Nicole, I just realized that was you. I'm so tired. God, what a doofus. I'm used to seeing your name with all 3 names. And I was like, why does that sound familiar? God, I'm such an idiot. I'm so tired, you guys. Oh, I also really love the color combos though. I'm pretty excited about it. I already told this to everybody else. You might have heard it, but it was that strap connector that I saw from Wizardry, wherever it went, that's basted on here. I saw these last night and I was like, yo, I need this for a math pack. So I decided that's what happened here. Okay, so keep an eyeball on your seam allowance, please, and thank you. If you go too thick on this, you guys, you're gonna have a bad time. She says as she just hacks right into her seam allowance. Oh, it's fine. It'll be fine or it won't. We'll figure it out. Right at 1/4 inch seam allowance on either side though. Don't go bigger than 1/4 inch. For 1, you don't need it, but for 2, you're gonna be sad because your gusset won't be wide enough. Move your little zippy zips out of the way if you have to. My waterproof canvas is stretching a little bit. Actually, it might be my tape that's stretching just a little bit. I'm not sure. So Nicole, hey girl, hey. Been a minute. I totally did not even realize that was you. Because I was like, oh, Nicole Miller. Oh, wait, I know you. I know her. So earlier I was probably just like, oh, hi. Like a doof. Okay, so let's peel this back and make sure we didn't make like a huge gigantic mistake. We might end up with just a skinnier gusset. I did this math and it should have worked, and I even had Corey double check it because I'm really terrible at math. But if our panel ends up too narrow, it's totally fine. We'll just cut our gusset down a little bit to match. A lot of people on the Facebook group were saying, oh, I just double cut the gussets on the top as they were in the pattern, and then I just did one on either side, and then I trimmed it down. And that might be the better way to go, because then you don't really have to worry about your seam allowance. But I really wanted to try to get fancy with the spices on it and see if I can make the math work. But whatever. So now we're going to peel both layers back and make sure, two things: we're not tugging too hard on everything, because we'll get a drunken zipper. We don't want that. But also make sure you're pulling everything out of the way right at the stitch length. Use your seam roller on this to really roll this back clean, because if it stays nice and clean, then you'll get a really pristine, nice zipper panel. If it starts to waver and pull away, you're going to want to yank it with your fingernails, and you don't want to do that because that's how you get a drunken zipper. So take your time right now, just get your seam roller and just roll it a wee bit. Just give it a nice little crease. You can put double stick tape in here, by the way, if this helps you. You can actually go in here and double stick tape things down, but you're aiming for your liner and this piece, all raw edges should line up. Do you see how that is? That's what we want. And you want that all the way down. Don't zip your zippers off the end. Be really careful if you're prone to that. Pro tip, pull these out of the way really quick. And actually you could have done this beforehand. You just stitch across the teeth a little bit on the left and right side of your zipper. Then you can't zip off. You can still do it right now if you want to, if you're scared, but just be careful, because I've done that before and you can still fix it right now, but it is frustrating. So, and sometimes if you put a zipper tab on and you accidentally zip off, you can't fix it. You have to take the zipper tab off. It really sucks. So, okay, press everything open, seam roll all the way down, finger press. If it's cotton, you can iron it. Be careful with the iron. Please don't ruin your tape. Your nylon zipper tape will melt. I repeat, your nylon zipper tape will melt. Please don't do that. Okay. I'm just going to roll it a little. I prefer to roll it on the waterproof canvas side, because that side I won't be able to see. But for now, I'm just kind of creasing the vinyl a little bit too. I'm going to top stitch with the side up. So I want to make sure that the waterproof canvas side gets really creased. That way it's away from my zipper teeth. Nice. Does that make sense? So I am going to crease from that side and make sure it's just all pulled away. That way my zipper opens and closes really nice. You know what I mean? I think we're all good there. Again, if you really don't trust yourself and you don't want to be tugging with your fingernails, this needs to go this way. Put some double stick tape there out of your seam. It will help, and then you won't be tempted to tug because you'll have pushed it down, Don't tug on your zippers. You'll get drunken zippers. Okay, we're going to top stitch the one side. I like to top stitch them separate, but you can move it to the other side and do whatever. I like to top stitch it out of the way. That's just what I do. But some people like to top stitch both sides at the same time. I like to finish each step before I start another one and then go backward. I don't know why. Probably makes me slower, but again, when I get tired, mistakes will be made, and I'll forget to top stitch or something, and then I won't have a top stitch gusset. I've done that before, which is stupid. Okay, so that's what we're left with. We've got nice top stitching. Our back nicely top stitched away from the teeth, so we have really good clearance on our zippers. And we're just going to repeat the same process on the other side. So peel your sticky tape off. I'm sorry, don't peel the tape off, peel the backing or whatever. And make sure your vinyl is going the direction you want it to, if you care at all, if anything is directional. And then this time around, we're going to want to make sure that we line up our gussets on the short end and all of that with our, zipper tape. Things may have shifted a little bit, might be off a little bit, so just make sure everything's lined up super nice. And you're just going to go right on down the line. And when you get close to those zippers, I really prefer to move them out of the way because otherwise I get little bulgies. And I don't want bulgies in my tapey tape. And I can tell we kept like pretty good seam allowances and all that and cut everything nice because both ends, everything lines up really nice. So I'm hoping in the end we get, maybe we might have to trim down the gusset, I don't know. And I would actually be okay with my MAV being a little bit thinner because like I said, to me, it felt like a protuberance off of the front of my body. It was a little too thick. So once again, ugly side of the zipper on the back and the pretty side of the canvas toward the ugly side of the zipper. Make sure you got that right because I have done that before. I'm done sewing and I pull it back and I top stitch and one of the lining pieces is backwards. Good thing OtterTex kind of looks exactly like the other side of OtterTex a lot of times. Okay, so we've penned and we've double checked our work. So we end up with the pretty teeth of the zipper, pretty teeth of this, or pretty side of this, pretty side of this. And then we double check our work here, just looking at it. If you're tired like me, I've got pretty canvas, ugly zipper, pretty canvas on the back, and we're just gonna stitch down the side. Again, 1/4 inch seam allowance on this. Kind of thinking that, I don't know if my math added up. This gusset looks so skinny. It's not that bad. I think it's maybe a 1/2 inch shy. I guess we'll see what happens. Move those little zippers out of the way very carefully. Don't zip off the end. Okie doke. So we've done that. Now we're going to peel it back, seam roll it again, and top stitch just like we did before. Get these zippers kind of away from the edge, but it looks good. I don't know if the math added up on that. I think I'm going to end up about a 1/2 inch shy. So now I know for future, and I can figure that out because I really want to try to, the whole point of this was to cut the templates, like cut the pieces first with the rotary cutter and then make sure my math was correct so then I can cut the templates. So it seems like my math for this hack was not quite correct. You're going to end up with a skinnier gusset and I don't want that. I'd really rather have the math add up. So I'll have to revisit that and figure out what we missed on the seam allowances and such. Which once I have all this assembled, I mean, I kept the right seam allowance. I know I did. I'm at a 1/4 inch for sure. And I may have even gone a scant under a 1/4 inch to try to give myself some extra, and it still was not quite enough, I don't think. We'll see. We'll see how much it lines up when I'm done top stitching. Again, for this hack, not the end of the world. You'll just end up with a, a bag that's like a 1/2 inch narrower. You'll still be able to fit plenty in it. But like someone earlier was saying, oh, I like to make a 4 inch gusset. you know, which I get if you want a bigger bag, but like I want a slim bag. I'm looking for like, you know, not sticking off me a ton. Especially because like I'm big enough, I'm tall, I have a big chest. I don't need some gigantic thing sticking off of the front of me like a little kid snuggly. I'll look ridiculous. Some of y'all can pull that off, and some of us, not so much. Also, I didn't like how far it stuck off of my body before, because it was like really small, like concentrated to the center of me. So it, how would I explain this? It was like a mass right in front of me, and I couldn't put my arms together. It was like I had a third uniboob on the front of me is kind of how I felt. So I'm hoping spreading it out in a bigger project, like, will make it a little more comfortable for me. I don't know. Maybe it won't matter. We'll see. Get these little zippers out of the way on this one last part. And then I think we'll be golden. Okay, so one more little top stitch here. And I don't know about you guys, but I like to baste all the layers of my gusset once I'm like finished around the raw edges, because I don't like shifting when I sew. That's an optional thing, but when you're doing binding, I just want all the layers to behave as one. So in my opinion, basting is really cheap insurance to just make sure everything is gonna stay the way I want it. So, look at that crispy zipper, like bacon, beautiful. Well, actually it's not like bacon because bacon's usually kind of wavy. So I guess if you don't want a bacon zipper, but it's crispy. Crisp. It's like it's starched and it's all nice and straight. How beautiful. So let's see, here's the test. This is the gusset cut according to the pattern, the lower gusset, and we lengthened it, but width-wise, yep, I'm 1/2 inch off. So I need to add a 1/2 inch to my math. So it's fine, we'll take it over the table and we'll just trim it right now. It's not a big deal. It's a 1/4 inch off on either side. I can tell just by looking at it centered, it's a 1/4 inch off. When I originally did the math, I had done it with this math, and then I was like, oh, no, I have to subtract like a 1/4 inch from each side for the seam allowance or whatever. So I know I did something weird, obviously. It's fine, because now I'll probably get my wish and it won't be protruding. So take your assembled gusset over and just trim it, you know, whatever. It's not going to be a deal breaker. Heidi says, using the same foot, it's easier. Maybe they're switching feet to top stitch and that's why they like to do them together. It's possible. I also just think a lot of people have the mind of like batch sewing, right? So they're kind of like step one, repeat step one, repeat step one, now go to step two. But to me, each side, I treat this whole part as step one. So if I don't top stitch the part I just did, like it's like I haven't completed the step and I don't feel comfortable moving forward. My brain in that way is like, what are you doing? You didn't finish, go back. So, you know, it's a personal preference. It makes me a little slower, but I also like having all these pieces out of the way. This, if I top stitch it first, is sewn out of the way. There's no chance it's gonna get caught up over here while I'm sewing or, you know, cause any kind of an issue. I don't want an issue. By the way, because the zipper is so crispy, I am just going to buzz across my zipper teeth real quick, because I don't want to have an accident and lose like that would just be stupid. Again, just fail-safe redundancy, but like I'm gonna be real mad if I screw up. So in the seam allowance for sure. Now my zipper heads cannot come off. Okay, let's take this over. We're gonna trim both of these. the liner and the exterior to be the same width. Do not do anything with the length, just the width. Just the width. Measure it, don't just eyeball it. Measure this and average it out. So my guess is this is a 3-inch wide piece. This is probably 2.5 inch. But measure, because your seam allowances might have been different, all that good stuff, and just make sure this is the same width this way, not the length. Don't touch the length. Don't screw it up. Okay, so mine is 2.5 inches, which is exactly what I thought. So I was 1/2 inch off, 1/4 inch on each side, and I know exactly where I went wrong on my math. So I'm just gonna buzz off a teeny bit of each of these pieces, 1/2 inch to be exact, because I done fudged up, but it's okay. It's salvageable. And by the way, I'm not cutting my gusset, the zipper gusset, I'm cutting the regular gusset. Yes? The solid big piece that goes around the edge. Buzz it off, buzz it off, buzz it off. Well, I really hope that my math the other way worked. We're gonna find out. It should have, but I blame my husband. He does all kinds of math crap for a living. And he's supposed to be real good at it. And he double checked all my math. So methinks, I really hope we didn't screw up on this one too, but I guess, again, we're going to find out. Ay, ay, ay. This is why I don't like doing stuff on live videos, but you guys this morning were like, no, do it on a live video. Come on, do it on a live video. It'll be so fun. It'll be fun, they said. That's you. That's what you guys sound like. Okie dokie. We trimmed and we're measuring. And it's correct. Hooray. Okay. 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 Okie dokie. Okay. All right. So this piece now, we're going to make our like tube that goes around the outside of our bag. Do you know what else, really quick before we do this, just because I know we're not going to screw it up? We're binding. So because we're binding, we're going to baste these together. Pick, this is your back, the one with this piece on it. I prefer, personally, to have my slip pocket on the back. So that's what I'm going to do. Put them ugly sides together, wrong sides together, and you are going to baste all the way around the edge in the seam allowance. Baste really close to the edge, like 1/8 of an inch, because we're only using 1/4 inch seam allowances. You will possibly see these lines later, so do not take the full 1/4 inch right now, because you'll see it and it's ugly and it's stupid and we don't want to do that. So we're going to do that and repeat it twice. The front panel with the other one, wrong sides together, and we're going to baste. I personally, because I don't like shifting when I baste like this, I am just going to increase my stitch length. A lot of times I don't, but we're binding on this bag and we're going to stitch through these layers a whole bunch. So I don't want to chew through my vinyl. We're basting it like this right now because we are binding this bag, which means we're not doing any birthing. All of these seams will be hidden with the binding. Okay. We're just basting all the way around. Remember I said we're treating that slip pocket like it doesn't exist. It is literally just it's like it's all one layer. And I'm basting through everything. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. All the way around. If you didn't catch like the majority of yours or something, you'll need to turn it over and look and kind of double check that you got all the way around and you caught it really close to that edge. You see how close I got? See how close I got? And we're going to repeat that same step on this front and here. Again, ugly sides together, wrong sides together. This is a little bit tougher to match up these curves because your piping wants to like pull a little bit. Just use your thumb on the piping side and push it back so it's nice and flat. Baste away. Do not use the same line you used before. Baste out here on the edge. Way on the edge. So on the edge. Oy. How do I want to do this? I think I'm actually going to use this zipper foot edge and go opposite. And that'll keep me out of the seam allowance, I think. I think that'll work. Usually I just kind of wing it, but I think this is kind of a good trick if I can get a hold of my little thready thread. And this should kind of help me follow the curves too. So hopefully you can see what I'm doing. I have the edge, the straight edge of my foot set up against the piping and the needle's on the outside here, and I'm just using the edge of my foot to guide along the piping. Does that make sense? Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. Cut off this little tail before I sew that out, and it's ugly looking. You want to try to keep your linings and your main body panel really flat when you're sewing. Otherwise, you know, you could get little bulgies because one is pulling on the other, and this can especially happen on the side with the piping. So again, turn the piping out and make sure, like in my case, the foot is wanting to push on the piping a little bit. Don't let it do that. You want to ride the edge of the piping, not push it out of the way. Pull your piping that you did out of the way if you need to. If you need a hump jumper, I probably don't need it, but I'm going to use it right now anyway. That guy there. Okay, last curve. Okay, so, see? Treating it all like one layer. It's like none of this stuff ever happened. Just pretend it's one main panel that you cut out. And so here's what we should be left with. And these are our main components of our bag. So the last thing we need to do before binding, and then like you need to make a strap too. But like I said, I'm holding off on that. Miss Miller, I'm hoping you're still here. Do you have webbing in your store that matches this? I need like a dusky blue, or this is like, it's not baby pink. I know it kind of looks like it. It's a very dusty, corally pink. I need some webbing for this bag, ma'am. So I'm heading to your store next because I don't have anything in my stash I like except white. So I'm hoping you do. And if you have it, I would love if you would drop a link in here for me if you're around and inclined. So, and you can kind of see how it goes with this. This dusty blue would be fine too. If you have a blue and white fancy webbing or pink and white, blush pink fancy webbing, I would love it. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is our gusset. That's the last part that we're doing. So put this pretty side up on the table, facing you. Go ahead and take your pretty vinyl here and go ahead and line up your short edges. Yes? lining up our short edges, pretty sides together. Give it some clips. If you want to double stick tape this, that's fine too. Make sure all your raw edges on the left and right line up, and your zipper, you know what I mean? Everything is all lined up all the way. I'm gonna use 3 clips. We're gonna flip it over to clearly our lining side, and then we're gonna take our pretty side of our canvas and we're gonna put it aligned up and make ourselves another little sandwich. Okay, clip, clip, and clip that. Yes, clips. We're gonna sew along the short edge of this at 1/4 inch seam allowance. Don't overdo it on your seam allowance here again, because we need all of our width, and I am just praying to all that is holy that my math lined up on here, because it obviously didn't the other time, and we really need it to line up. Maybe wait. Maybe wait and let me make sure the math mathed. I don't want anybody to like ruin their project. So it's the thing about hacks, you know, you gotta like do them a few times, but again, you guys were like, no, do it on a live for the first time ever in front of everyone. Your wish is my command, people. So double checking our work, we're pulling back. This is correct. Pretty side of my canvas is looking at me from the pretty side of my canvas here, and the ugly side of my zipper teeth. And then I'm gonna pull it back this way, and all of our pretty stuff should be looking at us, and we're gonna top stitch right here at that same top stitch allowance we've been taking this whole time. Again, I'm just using my zipper foot. This would be a cute place you could tuck a tag if you wanted to. I'm still gonna tuck my little tag on the back, but if you have a little loop tag, you could tuck it in right here. Right, like sandwiched on your zipper, you know. Journal. Oops, wrong way. Holy. Okay, so make sure this is tugged all the way, this is tugged all the way, and everything's all nice and lined up and looking so good and pretty. By the way, this little seam right here on the gusset was what I was saying. If you want to put piping right here, you could have put piping right here. What you would do if you still want to do piping and you are waiting, let me show you with my little piece of scrap. You would take this, you would line up the raw edge of piping with the raw edge here, just like we did on the front, and stitch that in the stitch, in the ditch right there, all the way across, and then cut off the extra. And then when you line this up, you would line it up, all the raw edges still, just like this, and stitch it, and you do the lining and all that sandwich at the same time. So when you turned it out, we'll pretend that we stitched this, which is going to be really hard, but bear with me. It would look like this. But, you know, it would look better because it would actually be stitched. So see how that would look? Now that's fine, but understand on the edge over here, it adds a lot of bulk because you're going to be up against this piping too, and then binding and all kinds of other stuff. And we're already adding enough bulk to this bag. So that's why I did not opt to do it. Could I? Yeah. Should I? I don't know. Am I gonna? Absolutely not. Not to say that you can't. I just would be concerned. So now we have, this is what we're left with, and we top stitched right here, don't forget. And so now we're going to take the pretty side of our vinyl and put it pretty side together right here, just like we did before, and we're kind of splitting this one. So do you see what I'm doing? Splitting it. And this one's going to come up here, and then when we turn it out, we're going to line up all the sides and do like some kind of origami here and get them all lined up together. But this is how we're doing our gusset. Totally the same as pretty much any other bag gusset ever. And so we're going to 1/4 inch across all this. I am going to clip it. Oops. Again, you can double stick tape if you want, whatever you think. Just keep it all lined up. Keep to your 1/4 inch seam allowance. Like I said, I want to make sure the math is good on this. So maybe give it like a hot minute and let me make sure mine lines up before I'm going to, you know, nuance all of this around the bag. And yeah, it's going to take me a few minutes, but if I screwed up, then at least you know before you sew this. Hopefully I didn't. Super hopefully I didn't. Okay. Okay. So we've got that side, which is all good. We've got this side, which is all good. And so now we're going to turn the whole situation out, lining it up and making sure everything is all pretty and good and fine and great. And we should have a nice loop like that. Yes. And then we're gonna just, you can seam roll this, you can finger press it, whatever you want to do. And we're gonna top stitch the other side just like we did that first one, making sure to gently tug, but not crazy on, our liner to keep it away from the teeth and all of that. And just keep everything, nicely lined up as we top stitch this little seam. And I figure you guys know this, but you're not top stitching toward the teeth side. You're top stitching on the gusset side, right? So you're not top stitching up here. You're top stitching here. Yeah. Okay. Cut that little guy off. So here we have this. It should be nice and lined up. My liner does appear to be like the tiniest bit baggy, but if I stretch it the other way in not a loop, it's good. So I think we're okay. So I'm going to start with the most important, in my opinion, the main front panel, putting this gusset on. I like to, again, same with my top stitching, I'm going to nuance this whole thing, ease it around the curves, get it all in there. I'm going to trim some of these long tails though inside while I can get to them, because I don't want them possibly poking out later. Ugly. And they might stick out of my binding, and that's totally gonna bug the bejeebers out of me. Okay, so we're actually gonna turn this way, inside out. So I should be looking at nothing but my canvas, and I'm working with the pretty side of this facing up. So first thing we're gonna do is kiss our two side seams together. Okay, you can clip them if you want to, just to keep it, and we're gonna make 4 marks on the centers of this. Yes. So I just clip it, make sure those seams are really nice and lined up, and then pinch up here carefully. And by the way, let's baste first. Sorry. Let's go ahead and baste this all the way around. I like to work pretty side out. We're gonna baste one side all the way, baste the other side all the way, because I don't like this shiftingness. So let's baste. All about that baste. Again, we're taking a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, so don't do that on your baste. Take like 1/8. It doesn't have to be perfect. We just want to get everything happy. So, oops. I did lengthen my stitch length a little bit this time, just because again, we're chewing through so many of these layers. I don't want to have an issue in the end where I, did too much. Keep all your raw edges lined up while you baste, please. Don't hit your zipper pulls and have a needle strike. Okay, that's one side basted. Double check that you caught, both layers pretty much all the way around. If you didn't, go back and double check it. I gotta double check my battery life here real quick. I'll make sure we're at 32%. Okay. Cool beans. Hey, Aria. we ran out of bobbin thread. I can feel it on this machine, by the way, you guys. It doesn't really make much of a difference in noise, but I can feel it. So we just ran out of bobbin thread during the baste, and lucky I happen to have another bobbin. Yep, bam, I knew it. We only stitched for about 1 inch, so we were okay. I have a second bobbin over here that's all done up already. It's not full, but it's enough to get us through this, so we don't have to stop to wind a bobbin, which is good. Okay. Resume. All right, where was I? Right. Somewhere. Where was I? The heck? Here I am. I literally went the longest way that I could to find that. Okay. Make sure I'm stitching, which I am, but I did kind of catch this weirdo long tail. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Okay, just double check that you caught both layers the whole time and you didn't, I mean, if you got off like 1 or 2 stitches, it's fine, but you don't want to get way too off because your layers will shift while we're trying to bind and stuff, and that stinks. So, but look at this, worked out perfect. Everything is crisp and clean. This is why I love binding method, by the way. There's no bagginess, everything is clean. It's clean and beautiful. And yes, it takes longer, but like, it's so nice and the structure of the bag is amazing. So we're happy with that. Okay, now let's get back to making our little seams right here in the middle where we left off before we basted. Now we're basted, so we're going to make centering lines here and here by pulling and pinching. So make sure your seams are touching there in the middle, and then you're going to do the same down here on both sides. Make some centering marks with your scissors. You can do a pen and draw. Do not cut deeply into any of this. 1/4 inch, y'all, 1/4 inch seam allowances, they're tiny. So you can't be making big old marks or you're gonna see it later. So I did 2 and I'm keeping everything all lined up. So now we start easing our gusset. You got to take your time on this. If you have pokey corners, puckers, other issues, one, it's that you didn't keep a good seam allowance. In this case, it could be that I did the math wrong. So let's see, you know, we'll see like how this goes. Give me one quick second. We'll take a quick bathroom break here for just a hot minute. Be right back. right, y'all, I'm back. I'm gonna swap mics real quick so I can charge the phone. Okay, I need to grab a phone charger. We're like dying on juice here and we're almost done, but I don't want to die in the middle of like the crucial part. So give me a hot minute here to grab a phone charger. Okay, found a brick. I don't know about you guys, but I have a plethora of chargers, I should say, and no bricks in my house. I have cords and no bricks. Drives me crazy. Sorry, y'all might see a little shake here for a sec. I have to move you to get to my charger here. And I have to plug this in, so sorry for the shaking. Okay, very good. And then just another little scooch. Okay, we're back in business. Let me know if you guys can hear me or not. I had to take off the mic so that, you know, can affect volume. But I do need to charge the phone and I can't do both at once, unfortunately. So I probably should find a solution to that because this happens every live video. So what we're going to do now, we're working with the pretty side up on our vinyl here. And then we're going to turn this inside out. Okay. So I should be looking at the pretty side of my vinyl, but the canvas side of my little ring here that I just created. If this is optional, this may be easier for you if you open the zipper. So you're just working with 1/2. It's a little more pliable. I don't really mind either way. Frankly, I close it and I'm going to move these out of the way. I think it's actually easier probably closed. So you should have a centering mark on your bag, but you may have covered it when you basted this rear layer on. I did. Now I'm just going to kind of wing it. I'm going to eyeball it. That's sort of what I do. Thank you, Nicole and Ginger, for verifying you can hear me, because that's helpful. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and start with one of our just triangle center marks and either remark your center, try to find the center. You can kind of peel open the layers and sort of see where it is. And I just go ahead and line up one of those triangles, and you're lining up all the raw edges in a stack. Do you see how we're doing that? So now you can understand what I was saying about bulk though, with this thick vinyl piping, vinyl bag, vinyl, all this stuff. Waterproof canvas, it's a lot of layers. You can make this domestic friendly by just not using so much vinyl, making your piping out of cotton. You can buy pre-made cotton piping too. That might be less bulk. Lots of ways to do it. So then I'm going to take, I have hair in my eye, excuse me. I'm going to take my lower part, how I pinned this, just like this on the top, and I'm going to do this exact same thing here on the bottom. I'm going to find my center point and the center mark I just made on this ring, and I'm going to line these up, okay? So I can kind of see my center mark here. And then just go ahead and clip that guy, just like so. So now I'm left with this, and I have to ease it around the curves. There's really no way about that. So this is what I was saying, maybe like wait a hot minute and let me make sure my mathed. I sure hope it did. For this 115%. And you can do this. I kind of find it's easier with it facing me like this, so my face is looking at this part to do this. And I just kind of go across the top and I clip. I put a ton of clips on this, y'all. So many clips. If you need to if you need to clip your gusset, you can do that, but I like to try to ease the whole thing first before I clip. So that's really our big thing here. We're just easing, and it does take a while. I would say probably, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes aside. But the more you work on easing it and revisit parts that are puckered and look bad, you'll end up with a beautiful bag. You just need to take your time on this step. So I kind of bounce back and forth, like I go to one corner, then I go to another. If you've watched any of my other sew-alongs or my tutorial with the cool cube, it's exactly the same thing. We're just easing around the corners and we're just, you know, making it all match up and readjusting as we need to push little puckers out of the way, push stuff down. Oh, but nobody told me, look at, I almost put my gusset on upside down. So let's make sure to not do that. I literally was not paying attention and I just lined up the wrong side. That would have been so sad, you guys. My bag would have been rounded on the bottom. Okay, well, make sure you're not being a dummy. And the zipper part, let's find the center there. Gosh, what a dingus. And let's line it up on the top. And I'm really glad I put my bag tag on because that's how I noticed my bag was upside down, y'all. That would have been such a sad day. Could you imagine if I got all the way to the end of this gorgeous bag? I would have cried. Especially if I got all the way to the end and I bound the whole thing. There is 0% chance I would have undone the whole thing to fix it. That would have been so flipping sad. Okay, so I've clipped to the curves. Sometimes I kind of like to double check and make sure my seams right here where my fingers are line up like pretty well, and they do. So I'm happy with where I'm at so far, and I'm just going to keep easing and pushing it around. Tips about easing: pushing this toward the front, like the pretty side of our bag, and then clipping it, like pinching it with our fingers and then clipping it instead of trying to do it at a right angle will actually help make sure your curves are eased correctly. Because you have to take into account the 1/4 inch seam allowance or whatever seam allowance on whatever bag you're easing. So you got to take that into account. Ooh, I think I just broke one of these clips. Maybe not. I break a clip every once in a while, you know what happens, they get brittle. Swapping sides here. I'm actually going to go back and do the center on the bottom here. I mean, you can kind of do it in whatever order you want as long as it's all equal and it works out pretty well. Maybe that needs to go over. But, gosh, I hope my math is correct on here, y'all. I'm going to be really mad if it's wrong. I'm so not good at math. I'm the worst, actually, and I don't remember any of like the formulas to figure stuff out. I'm forever Googling like, how do you figure out whatever percentage or whatever. But I think it looks pretty good so far. So I would say it's safe to say I think you guys can start using your gussets. I think my math was good. So my math was wrong on the zipper gusset. I was a 1/2 inch off, but I think I'm okay here. And I think we're gonna end up with a perfect project. Gosh, I hope so. But this gusset looks phenomenal. No puckers. It's nice and, you know, taut everywhere, but it's not so tight we can't ease anything. And I haven't had to clip a single thing. So that's why I was saying I don't need to clip anything on here. Tuck that corner in a little bit, taking into account that seam allowance. This is probably one of the nicest easings I have ever done, honestly. Like, have y'all ever had a bag ease in that nicely? I didn't even have to move a clip yet. Literally didn't have to adjust a single thing. So I'm not exactly gonna toot my own horn, but like, I almost put the gusset on upside down. So obviously I'm not tooting my own horn. I'm still an idiot, but I'm an idiot who sometimes makes really nice things. Look how clean. Look how freaking clean those layers are. Oh God, I love a bound bag. This is like orgasmic, you guys. Beautiful binding, super clean layers. Ugh, it's beautiful. Okay, so I'm gonna keep my zipper foot on. If you have not been using a zipper foot thus far, use your zipper foot. Use your zipper foot for your binding now and your assembly. It's gonna be the best way for you to get the correct seam allowance, get super close to your binding, get super close to the edge. Is gonna be your best friend. So get that zipper foot on. If you don't have a zipper foot, but you have what's called a piping foot, alternatively, if you don't have a piping foot, you can always use a zipper foot for piping, just like I did. P.S. Give myself a little drink here. Oh my goodness. Ooh, do you know what I almost forgot though? Look, there's still something in my dish. I don't want it on the front, so it's fine. But if you wanted a tag right now, you could just move a couple of these clips aside and tuck it somewhere. I want it on my back panel. So before I forget about it, I've now finished my easing. I'll wait for you guys to catch up. I'm gonna baste my little taggy tag on. So I'm just gonna do it like right here, I think is fine. When it pokes out, it'll be that way and that'll be fine. So. Basted that right into place, and now I don't have to forget. But now my dish is empty, which means I got all of the accoutrement for my bag put on my bag. So we can put our dish aside. So when this is poked out in the seam and all that, it's gonna stick out just like that. Isn't he cute? He's so cute. More like that on my back panel. If I kind of fold this is a little thick right now to be folding, but you can kind of get an idea. It'll look like that. So cute. I love him. That little bird, he makes me happy. Okay, so back to this part. We're gonna just set this panel aside. My dish is now empty. I got rid of it. Y'all get to vote. You can vote for me which, this is gonna be the binding. It's gonna be blue. Y'all want the pink or the blue? Like Sleeping Beauty. Make it pink, make it blue, make it pink, make it blue. Somebody better decide, because I'm not going to. So you better put up a little comment, whatever, in here and tell me what color binding, pink or blue. I'm really open to either one. I think the pink would be super cute because you get the zipper in there. It gives it a nice pop of color. It matches the cute piping. Also, if you take a sneak peek around the front of your bag, you get a peek of your piping. Ah, so cute. I love piping on the map, you guys. I don't care if it adds more time. It's like, it's friggin' cute. Look at it. Look at it. It's so flipping cute. I'm so excited for this bag. I'm so excited. I'm really gonna keep this one. I hope I'm gonna keep this one. I'm so excited for it. Okay, so here's what I like to do. And oops, got a little thread shred again. I am gonna tell you right now, for one, the camera's gonna be a little blocked because the bag's gonna be in the way. I can move you guys if you want to see. It's really hard to like show this, obviously, because the bag is gonna be right here. That's how I stitch this. We're gonna pretend for a moment that you can see any of this, and like my finger is the needle and the foot. I like to put the foot right here on the edge and stitch all the way around the edge, and I just rotate the bag. Boop, 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 boop. That's how I stitch these. So, but you're not going to be able to see anything. You're getting this view, this beautiful view. So, I mean, I can move you. I have to get up and get an arm, but like I can swing you guys around to the backside. It might be a really terrible view, but you get a view of the foot. I don't know if anybody cares. It's not like you guys have ever seen a sewing machine, but also I want you to see like how I'm doing it. If I duct tape the phone, I need one of those I need like a chest strap, like like some kind of chest plate, right, with like a phone holder in the middle of it, except for every time I move, you guys are going to be like shaking. I have arms that will swing you guys out here so you don't bounce on the table, because right now you're actually on an arm sitting off the table. I want people to get sick. So that's kind of how I do stuff. I have an arm. I can get an arm out of here and like cantilever you over, and I'm happy to do it, but then I'm going to take like 5 more minutes of your time. But I do want people who are trying to understand the nuance of this, and they want to like see how I'm doing and all that. I just feel really bad. This is like a terrible view. I can see if I can grab an arm here and swing you guys over. Un moment, por favor. Let me see. These are rig arms. They clamp and they do not tip. That's not a tipping arm. Okay. So how do I get you guys to tip over to the side? That's what I need. Ooh, we need this guy. And these guys. Okay. So. This and this and this. Okay. So basically I have all these like camera rig things. It's crazy because when you shoot tutorials. So I'm literally just going to take you guys off of here, attach you to this new arm, and then you will literally be right here behind my machine. So I'm just going to set you down and, I don't know, pretend you're playing some elevator music. You can stare up at, I don't know, my thread or my ceiling. There you go. Won't take but a minute. Then you guys will have a new view of my weird face while I stitch, and at least you'll be able to see the bag. Hopefully, maybe. Okay, so that's that. And okay, that should be the full one of that. Almost done. Maybe. Okay. Get that partially screwed back on. Ooh, oh. Okay, so okay, let me see if I can move you guys. You're plugged in and this is not a very long cord. Oh, the heck was that? Oh, I unplugged my light. How did I unplug my light? All right, hold on. Hold up. There we go. Okay, I think this will work. Hopefully, I mean, you guys might just have to be unplugged from power, but I think it will like, ooh, barely not reach. Okay. Let me see. We're at 60%. We'll be okay. You guys don't need to be plugged in now. Okay. Bloop. Let me get you all reconfigured here. Ugh. So I put you on the back side of the machine here. No cobwebs in sight. Okay, but like honest to God, I don't really believe in pesticide. We don't use it terribly often. Every once in a while I do because we do have black widows. Not in the house, but outside because we kind of live out in the country. I definitely have spiders in like a lot of corners of my house, and I don't really like to kill them, so I like to catch them in a cup and I just take them outside and relocate them. And they're not like big webs, but like I do have little baby spiders. And Corey's like, it might be time to do the pest control because it's like the fourth spider I've seen in the house. And I'm like, okay, but they're not even hurting you. Like, they're fine. I'll just take them outside. Yeah, so I don't have cobwebs, but they do occasionally. And like, it's getting to be spooky season, so they're doing my Halloween decorating for me. So I'll just leave them. It's fine. Okay, I gotta reposition you guys just like a skosh more so you can see, you know, the machine instead of my double chin. So, is that like a pretty good vantage point? I think maybe I can zoom you guys out just like a tiny bit too. Yeah, there we go. Yes, hooray, success. Hopefully that was worth it, because the other thing is now you'll be able to see a little bit of the binding. This is also not the best vantage point because, you know, but again, you'll at least get to see it under the foot, right? As I like rotate le bag. So I might have to move you back for the binding, I don't know. But see how I can shake the table and you guys don't really move? Because I have you on a cantilevered arm. Yes. Okay. Let's just take one more minute to admire the super cute piping before I possibly ruin this bag. I want everyone to know there's proof of life, like it did exist, and it was beautiful. Okay, that's enough. Let's go. Let's go. So I have, the needle is out on this side, straight edge of the foot is here, and this is the exact perfect way for me to start sewing this bag. So I'm actually going to set this to a really long stitch length, reason being because we're going to sew it once all the way around the edge, then we're going to sew it again around the same edge, and then we're going to sew it for a magical third time around the edge with the binding. I don't want to chew the crap out of this project with like a 3mm seam allowance, so, or stitch length, excuse me. It's 1/4 inch seam allowance, so we're just going to lift up our little footski and get this all underneath here. Make sure my layers didn't shift because I did have to remove a clip. And then we're just going to go. Now, remember we put our piping in there, so you should be able to kind of feel the piping with the foot. And you can actually get your fingernail underneath, if you can, the piping in here, and you'll actually feel that 1/4 inch right where that piping is at, right in the ditch. Remember when we stitched there? So that should be helpful for you. And I'm going to turn my machine off 2000 because that's way too fast. I'm way too tired. We're going to turn that to a 1050 for the speed, which is still way too fast, but it's way better in case I slip. Okie doke, here goes nothing. Try not to have a needle strike here, but I might because there's some thickness. Now I am keeping my hand on this side inside of the bag, but I'm using my fingernails to kind of dig in, just to feel it. Keep your fingers away from, you know, the inside. Like my fingers are right here. They're away from the needle, but I am using my hands to kind of guide this. Your seam ripper stiletto combo is a really good thing to do on this area if you need to keep things lined up. I prefer that for the binding part. So, you know, that's fine. And these are kind of bulky, so it's really hard to get all my little clippies out. So we're going to start our first like rotation now. I'm obviously rotating the bag, but I want to get further into this curve, and I am going to get my stiletto out and poke that right there, and now I'm going into the curve. I'm stopping with my needle down. If your machine has that function, please use it. This needle down function and going slow is what's gonna aid in you having the nicest curves. But I'll tell you, because of the bulk of the piping, it hides a little bit of the ugliness. In some of those bulky curves, it actually rounds them out a little bit. Take your time, it's not a race. We spent all this time and effort and we're on the finish line at this point. Don't be dumb. Don't put your gusset on upside down. Don't be stupid. Okay, we're about at the halfway point. I'm getting pretty close to where my zippers were, and I'm going to move the zippers out of the way to the other side, like to the middle. I just don't want those getting in the way. There's enough bulk here. So, let's not be silly. Okay, we're right back to where those zippers are, so I'm going to lift my foot, needle down, move the zippers out of the way. And we're coming into the home stretch here, so we're just going to make sure everything stays lined up, keeping our 1/4 inch seam allowance. So now we're going to check our work. This part is pretty crucial for this particular side because we want to make sure our piping looks really good. So I am actually going to turn this all the way out. First, before I do that, I'm going to just look around the edge and make sure I got everything I needed. And I did. It looks like everything looks clean. So I'm going to turn this right side out. And spoiler alert, you're going to get a peek at your piping. If you did not get close enough to your piping, you will want to go back. You can see your seam line, right? There's the baseline, there's our line here, and you can actually go a scant more in. And it's important that you do, because otherwise your piping will look crappy. And it's such an easy thing to just fix right now, so go and fix it. So, I can already see a couple spots, and I'm going to show you a perfect example of where I didn't get close enough, and I'm just going to go back and fix it. No big deal. Right here would be an example of where I didn't get close enough. I can see my stitching, and there's too much sticking out here, so no big deal. I'll just revisit that. If you want, you can use tailor's chalk, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab a piece of tailor's chalk, and I'm going to mark on the seam allowance inside because we're covering it in binding. And that will just make it easier. This is tailor's chalk, by the way, it's wax. It disappears with heat. And I'm just gonna make some marks like, hey, go back in here. Just like that, do you see it? Stitch closer in right here. Sometimes you get it perfect, sometimes you don't. But this is one of those times where it's like, no, just fix it. On the back panel that doesn't have piping, we won't need to do this because we'll have caught enough seam allowance, it'll be fine. But I don't wanna have ugly piping. That will make me sad. So I see just a couple places, but just a couple. So in this corner for sure, you need to revisit that. So yeah, I'm just marking in there. You can use a disappearing quilt pen. You can put pins in it if you're really careful. However you want to do it. But buzzing this part, because now all the layers are basted, you won't even need to clip. You'll just turn it right back inside out. P.S. I love tailor's chalk. It disappears with heat gun or a hairdryer. Only the white does, not the other colors. So just keep that in mind. But the white goes away. And so if I get on my hands or I smudge or whatever, it comes right off. So it's great. So I made some marks. I examined. And now I'm going to turn it right back to where I had it, and I'm just going to re-buzz those areas. So see, I made a mark right here. That means, hey, revisit that. Go in, closer in here. It's okay to get closer. And so now all the layers are basted together, so it'll be really easy. Here's another point where I made a little white mark. So I'm just going to start over here on the side. I'm going to back stitch on top of one of these other lines where I started. Stiletto out of the way, and then I'm just gonna stitch close. I'm gonna go about an eighth of an inch in from where I stitched before, and that'll be either enough or it won't, and we'll just revisit the area again and again until it looks good. I'm just going to keep stitching right around here because this leads right into another area where I needed to stitch closer. And another area where I needed to stitch closer, so clearly I got a little off here. Which, you know, we can always do more, we can't do less. So, I mean, we can, but we might have holes because it's vinyl. You know, you get a lot of issues. When you're rounding these corners, hopefully you can see this. Fold gently as you're going and massage the folds while you go, right? So I am now moving the fold with my curve as I go. So that's revisiting that whole bottom part, and I think that'll be good, but we'll double check, and then I need to just revisit one more curve up here at the top. And this curve had like a lot needed to redo on it. And I might do this 2 or 3 times. Like, hopefully I don't have to, but I will because I spent so much time on this. I want this piping perfect and it's gonna show. You think that stuff's not gonna show, but when you turn this bag right side out, you will see it. So take the time now to just perfect it. Also, if you caught your piping enough, but you have a square, like a pointy corner or a pucker where you don't want it, take the time to revisit now. So now I can kind of tell exactly where I went, and I'm just going to push that side out. I need to revisit that corner again. Clearly I'm not getting enough on that corner. Something shifted, and that's okay, but I'll keep revisiting it. I don't want my piping to look like that. Especially on the top corner, like I'm gonna be staring at that. There we go. Boom, baby. That's what we want right there. See how I don't see any of the stitching? And see how on this side, it's also clean? That's what I want. That's what you want. Beautiful. Okay, so now I'm just gonna look at the other spots. See if I got close enough on those. That one is good enough and looks good. That part looks good. And then the last little chunky chunk. Perfect. Yep, revisiting those, it was so worth it. And so, by the way, I mean, if you're like, oh, I just want to get a preview of the bag and whatever, I mean, you're not getting a whole preview, but you're getting a little partial preview. Oh, I have one more corner there. I need to revisit this one. I missed it before. Let me mark that real quick. Just a little. I mean, I could, that's passable, but I don't like it. So I'd rather just fix it. So, what I was telling y'all is that if you take your time, look how round and clean these corners look. You get a beautiful result with really clean binding. And it sits so nice. And it's so freaking pretty. So I'm going to revisit that one corner. It's this one right here. I can tell that I just found. I just need one little scoshy skosh of a little stitch there. It's this other corner that I just didn't do yet. Zippers out of the way. And we'll just kind of start here at the top. This one doesn't need much, just needs just a wee bit. Let's see if that was enough. When I'm revisiting these, by the way, I'm taking about a 1/16 of an inch additional each time, because again, we can always add more, not less. I mean, we can do less, but it's really hard. So I'm actually going to revisit this whole top curve just for a sec, because I keep cutting through my freaking thread. And again, I don't have this problem with the Wizardry or the Kasaya thread. It just seems to do that on this stuff, so I don't know why. Okay, we'll move these all the way out because I had to revisit this corner over here. So I'm just going to revisit the whole top part too because I noticed I could take a little more. The biggest thing about piping is tight, taut looking piping, right? If it's loose, you see the stitches like what I was showing you before, and it just looks bad. It just looks ill done. And again, you put in all this effort. For this bag, we made our own piping, and this was way easy for me to just fix, and now it's fixed, and it looks beautiful. So we're happy with that. So now the next thing we're going to do, open your zipper, just a little, enough, you know, an inch or two, just enough to get in there, but open your zipper because we're about to add our back panel and we are birthing through the zipper because it's binding. So we're not technically like birthing, we're just going to turn it out through the zipper portion. So I don't think, I can't really zoom y'all out anymore. So we're just going to ease, again, you're working with it like this. So turn it with your canvas out and you're putting the pretty side, all this stuff. Remember I told you this might get in your way. Tape it down if you need to. Here's a little trick. You could put like some kind of double-sided lobster claw. You could tie these together. This will help anchor it in. But find your centers and you're just going to ease this around again. That's it. So start at the top, find your little center, clip it, and you're just easing around. That's all we're doing. And we're literally going to repeat the same process. So a lot of times I like to bind the one side, but I'm really eager to get this bag just like done. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and add the second side because it seems to be going really well currently. I hope I didn't say that too loud and the universe heard me. Please don't screw it up now. We're so close to the finish line. This is going to be such a pretty bag. I'm so excited for this one. I really hope that this is a good size for me because, again, like I said, the original just looked like I stole a doll's backpack. It was a little too tiny on my frame. I think for some people, you know, especially if you are, you know, very svelte and petite, I think that size would be great for you. I don't think you'd really necessarily want to upsize, but for those of us ladies who are tall and broad and have thick figures, hourglass figures, I just really think it made me feel silly. And my thing is, even if other people are like, no, it looks great, I felt weird in it. And if I feel weird, you know, I don't want to feel weird. I just want to be comfy. So that's why I'm opting to upsize. And frankly, I think my slightly skinnier gusset might make me happy. It was kind of accidental how it happened, but whatever. So this back part is easing in really nicely too, which is a good thing. I always love when a bag doesn't fight with me. Yeah, this one I like don't even have to fight with it at all. I mean, it's literally just setting right into place beautifully. Seriously. Check that thing out. I've never had a bag like set in so nice. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. And after this, I mean, we're like in the home stretch. All we gotta do is the binding, and the binding is essentially a repeat process of what we're doing right now. It's not, you know, hard. It's just tedious. But I know a lot of you wanted to know about piping, and so I just showed you the piping. You just repeat that wherever you want to put piping. If you wanted it on this back panel as well, you would have added it to the back panel earlier and basted it, you know. And then you just gotta repeat the top stitching on it and make sure make sure it looks good. So I've got all my clips. I eased it in. Remember to open your zipper a little bit, y'all, so you can get your bag open. And then, yeah, we're just going to put it on its side again, pick a side, and go ahead and start stitching. Sometimes I need to like squish the bag a little bit like this to get it really close to the machine body. So that's kind of a little helpful tip. Just make sure those layers don't shift. We're just gonna go all the way around. Do whatever you have to do to keep it all lined up. Because I can't stick my hand inside the bag, this is a good opportunity to poke your stiletto gently and kind of yank the layers over if you need to. It definitely helps. Don't be afraid to squish your bag, by the way. If you want to, manhandle them at any point, now is the time, because you need to make sure that all of your stitching is, happy. We don't have piping to line up on this side, so if our seam allowance isn't perfect, what we're really concerned with here is not having puckers. There's no piping for us to kind of like hide and stitching and all that for us to get through, right? So just nuancing that corner, making sure all of our layers get caught and don't shift like crazy. I just lost a little clip there, but that's okay. And I kind of squish this little bag right there, like so. As you're coming up to this other curve, remember to try to feel around and make sure that D-ring didn't shift over, because we don't want to have a needle strike and have a problem, Oh, there's a needle strike on the plate, which is fine. I just gotta massage. There we go. That's what this machine kind of does. It just sort of stops and is like, oh, error, and you just hand crank it and it's fine. But clearly as it was going through the bulk of this bag, it, struck, but doesn't ever really seem to phase this bag, or this machine, I mean. I've never bent or actually broken a needle on it. It just will strike the plate and then the motor kind of overrides itself and stops and says, oh wait, I don't think I like that. And then you just hand crank it, and I just kind of shift the layers a bit and it's all good. I'm coming up on my zipper pulls, and I want to make sure I have my hand in the zipper right there, and I want to make sure I don't, hit my zipper pull because they're kind of dangly, so just be aware of that. Might need to revisit that seam. We'll see what it looks like. we'll see. I've got a little shifting going on right in that area. So for now, I'm basically just treating this, you know, again, we're going to go through this 2 more times, this whole seam. We're going to catch everything by the time we're done binding. That's the thing I also like about it. It just kind of hides like a lot of sins. You get so many opportunities to smooth your curves. If you take your time, you shouldn't need to, but if you are beginning or you have persnickety materials and all that kind of stuff, you get an opportunity to kind of like fix your crimes a little bit. Okie doke. So we just finished all the way around. We're all stitched up there. And so I'm going to just open the zipper. And I'm going to take a quick peek in here. I don't know if I'll pull the whole bag out. We'll see if it like looks, you know, like, oh, I didn't catch stuff or this is really crooked. So far it looks pretty good to me. I do want to double check on my curves and make sure they look good. I think they look pretty good. Looks nice and rounded. That looks pretty good. I'm happy with that. And then I just want to double check. I caught all my layers on both sides. I'm going to revisit this corner because I don't like how close I am right there. It's probably fine because I'd be revisiting with binding, but that's just a little bit more square than I want it to be. And while it's inside out, I'm just gonna try to squish this over a little bit and revisit this. So that was a really square corner. Let me show you what I did. You see the 2 stitch lines right there, hopefully? One on the outside is really square and I kind of missed the edge here and then I re-rounded it. So I don't have piping there that I care about. And once we do binding, that's going to be fine, but I just wanted to round out that corner. It does look like I may have gotten a little pucker right there when I did that. So I'm going to snip 1 stitch and massage that pucker out a little bit. I might end up clipping this and going back out toward the corner. I think that's maybe what I'll do because I don't like that, and I know the corner is going to look like crap. So I'm going to seam rip that corner and just revisit it. Now's the time to do that kind of stuff. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with the joining here, but that's going to be sloppy and puckery, and I don't like it. Where did the puckery corner go? I literally was just like, I'm going to cut this, and then, oh, where did it go? That's so weird. How strange. Okay, well, now that's just weird. It's got to be this corner, right? Okay, well, now I don't know what I'm cutting. Maybe I'm not cutting anything. That was, oh, here it is. Duh. I was going to say, what is happening? It looked like crap, and now these corners look great. What happened? What happened is I was looking at the wrong side. All the wrong sides. Yeah, I'm just not into sloppy work when we put this much money in and this much time. You know what I mean? Like, I know I can fix it, so I'm just going to fix it. That'll really bum my apex. So yeah, all the way to the end, and all I needed to do was fix this one little thingamajig. I wish I would have seen that before. I would have just stitched on it some more, but this isn't too big of a deal, and it's all within like the seam allowance where this is going to be, so I'm not concerned about any of these holes I've made. Be careful if you're working with vinyl, ripping stuff out like this, because, you know, you'll end up possibly making holes that you can't repair, but I'm not concerned about this particular vinyl. Oh, let's see, which one is my basting and which one is my stitch. Yeah, I had a layer shift here, and so that's why I don't like the way this corner looks. And I've got a pucker because now it's too far in on the corner, if that makes any sense. And I really don't want that, so I'm just gonna seam rip. Just a little bit, and then I'll back stitch around all that at the start and the stop where I redo it. That will fix my one little corner, and it looks like I need to go in like an inch right here. Obviously there's no need to move your basted layers, it's just this construction stitch. Quick fix now for a good look later. This is gonna make you so mad if you got this far and you have an ugly corner like this. It happens to everybody. Just fix it. Right now, go ahead and clip and trim all of your little nonsense, little threads and stuff, because if you accidentally sew them into your seam, sometimes they can be a real bear to get rid of. So just trim them out right now. Then you won't be sad later. Okay, so I just have to redo this one little seam. You can see I just popped the corner open, and I'm just gonna do it right like this on its face, so I can keep everything nice and lined up, hopefully. Okay, so this needs to come like that. Then, I have to fold this whole corner and lay it down, lifting the needle so I don't get a pucker right here. That is what I do not want. So, I'm like muscling all of this under here out of the way. Okay, so much cleaner. Do you see that? My corner lines up super well now. Before it was sticking out like a whole bunch and I had a pucker and it looked terrible. And now on this side I don't have any puckers and it's nice and clean and round. So I'm happy. So that was the last thing that I really felt like I needed to correct. Pretty quick and easy correction though, I think. So I think I'll be happy with everything else with that. And now there it is. Okay. So, now we're gonna go ahead and bind. I think you guys voted earlier and I see pink, pink, and pink. So pink it is. Save the blue for another day. So yeah, now we're literally going to go around and do the exact same thing. We're going to use our stitches we made before as a guideline. I've got, this is the binding that I use. This Wright's bias tape extra wide double fold, and it's half inch wide. You could do 3/8 or whatever on this one, like whatever the size is right below the half inch. But I just stock half inch all the time. So that's what I do. I'm just gonna unwind all of it because I don't bother putting it back on this thing. I just leave it off the side. Recycle this. Okie doke, so pick a side. Pick a side, any side, and you're just gonna start with an end. I actually put this around my neck and put the rest in my lap so I can feed it through. Trim off any strays. And what I'm going to go ahead and do, this is how we start our binding. First of all, I'm going to trim off that little ugly thing because that's a terrible way to start. Okay. Open up your binding and fold all of it about 1/2 inch to 1 inch. That's about 1 inch to the wrong side, just like that. Take your bag, whatever side you're going to start on. You're going to put the big face of your bag down and push the gusset over so that you have a flat surface here to work on. And you have 4 lines on your binding. We're going to start on this side. 1, 2, 3, and then it's technically 3, I guess. So I think of the sides as 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, but there's 3. I lied. You've got 3 on your binding. We're going to take this one right here and we're going to line it up with our seam allowance, our seam that we just made right here on this bag. Okay, and so your goal the whole time you sew is to keep this line right here, the crease, lined up with the lines you just made on this bag. Pretty simple. Fold the binding open as you go so that you're exposing the lines, and just keep it all like lined up. You should have a longer seam allowance on this because again, we're sewing through this a whole bunch of times. So just, you know, don't go nuts. I kind of fold it up and line everything up and make sure I'm going okay. And then look from the bottom and, you know, you're still folding around your corners. You're literally repeating the same process you just did, but you're just adding the binding to these layers now. So fold everything out of the way. Be careful when you go around the curves. Go slow, line it up visually, and move around the curve slowly. Do not take more of a seam allowance than you already took. Do not go past your seam that you made before, or else you're going to have a bad time. You're going to create puckers where there weren't any before. You're going to create folds and pleats and all kinds of stuff. Lay the bag flat. As you can see as I'm going around here, I'm squishing it out of the way, taking my time, lining everything up. Super be careful on these curves because this is the way you, not only do you want clean binding, like clean binding is so satisfying, you guys, but you don't want to change the shape of your bag, which at this point you might change the shape of your bag if you accidentally take too much of like a seam allowance, or you change something right now that you don't want to. You create a pucker where you didn't have one before. Just be careful. You'll be all right. My bag is open right now, which may or may not be easier for this part. I may have to close it just to keep things out of the way. We'll see. So far, it's pretty easy. Watch your curves. Watch your zipper pulls. Watch your sliding D-ring on the back. Watch all your stuff. Okay, so we're rounding back to where we started. And I'm just going to overlap my stitching from where I started, where I like back stitch, by just, I don't know, about 1 inch. And then back stitch and cut. So you can see I overlapped by just a bit, and then I'm going to cut the extra off. We're going to use it for the other side. And we're literally going to repeat the process when we're all done here. So set your extra aside for now. And then once we've cut off our extra, we're going to go ahead and fold this around to the other side. Okay. So start, wherever you want on the open edge. One thing you're going to need to do real quick, you may or may not, but like on this side, this is my little D-ring slider that's sticking out a little bit. I'm just going to cut the extra off because that can affect our binding and make it bulgy. I don't want to bulge. It's only like 1/8 of an inch, but I'm just cutting it off a little bit. If yours are sticking out a lot, cut them off. Cut them off, cut them off. Same, by the way, with your connector up on top, because all of your raw edges, your connector should look like this. It shouldn't be sticking out like 1 inch or 2. If it is, you're going to have to cut it off to do the binding. So, start by just rolling this around really gently. Don't over tug it. I roll all the binding around to the front before I start to tuck. So I roll it all the way around like so. So it's rolled over. Can you see that? And then go ahead and start let me see. I'm going to tuck my raw edge that I have right here, like where I stopped and started basically. Make sure I'm doing this right. I'm doing it backwards and this is very difficult. Okay, this needs to go here. Just fold that like so. I think that'll work. There we go. Just kind of squish that. You can use your stiletto to kind of squish any little raw edges that you need to tuck at your beginning and end point of your binding. And you want to try to get it, as smooth as possible. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it should kind of look, something like that. All your raw edges should be kind of clipped under, and you're just going to go around and you're going to clip all the way around. Every, inch or so. You're not really holding anything because like the tension is holding it, but I like to kind of pull and push and massage the corners a little bit to make sure, like, see how this corner is just sitting really nice on its own. It's not puckery. So kind of push and pull and, massage it into place. The other thing you want to do is roll with your finger so that you're covering your stitches. You see my stitches are here, and I could just leave this corner like this. I don't want to, so I'm going to like massage and I'm going to tug it a little bit and pull it down and just see how much nicer and cleaner that looks. You're going to do that all the way around. So I try to avoid puckers because it's just clean binding is absolutely beautiful when it's done well. Trim any little strays, tuck in the ugly bits. Sometimes you have a little bit where you can't cover the stitching. It happens. It's okay. Just you know, it's binding. But if you can tug it and just massage it into place, again, you got this far and you've done really good quality work. Like, why start being sloppy now? I know you're tired. I'm tired. But just get it all on there, dang it. Look how clean this binding is, you guys. And by the time I'm done sewing it, it will be just as clean. And it just wants to sit there nicely because of the way we folded it. So now we're actually going to stitch it on its side again from this side, because this side is not attached. This side out here is attached. We already stitched this down and we folded it over to this side. So we want to attach from this side. Now your goal ultimately is to not, you're going to go through all these layers from right here, right? So you're going to punch through here and come out here. The goal is to stay on the binding through both layers, but it's really hard to do. So you just do your best. If you get off, you know, off the edge a little bit on the back side, fine. I like to stitch halfway through my material here, right about there. I don't stitch all the way to the edge, because if you stitch all the way to the edge, you're gonna get off of the edge in here, and your stitching is gonna be out here on the blue part. You really want your stitching to stay like right here. So only go on this side halfway through. Position the foot, again using your zipper foot. Just, I like to pick a flat side to start on. Go ahead and squish your bag. And this is a crucial part. Hopefully y'all can see that where the foot is. It's about halfway through where the needle is, I should say. Use your stiletto. Use your stiletto to drag. When you take the clips off the curves, use your pointy stiletto to grab the fabric and pull the fabric back into where you want it to be in line. It's really easy, and it keeps your fingers away from everything and keeps you from having problems. Okay, we're almost to the halfway point. We're stopped. Right now where I'm at is where we stopped and started. So you want to make sure that all your raw layers stay underneath and tuck the way that they are supposed to. Clip this tail since I'm staring at it. Oh my goodness. Okay. We're almost there, almost there. Okay, we're done with one-sided binding. So we've got a couple of little spares here where we backstitched. You can cut those and you can burn those if you'd like. You might burn them. I don't think I have a lighter over here though. So I'll take care of those later, but I think I just trim it off. But this is our binding. We might have a little bit of like wrinkling where it shifted, but for the most part, nice and clean. Nice and clean. And if I look through to the other side, out here, this is what I was talking about. This is our aim. That's our goal. But occasionally you get off onto the blue. Sometimes it just can't be helped. It's a little difficult, but your goal is to make it like this clean all the way around. That's probably the cleanest portion right there. I've had a couple of bags where like I've done perfect just like this all the way around, and it's happenstance. Like you try your best, but you're not always going to get it. So literally that process, we're going to repeat it a second time on this side, and you don't have to hang out with me to do it. But I'm going to do it because I want to finish this bag. I'm not doing the strap tonight. The strap is easy. We're not doing any hacks on that, but I don't have a color that I like that matches this. So I'm going to need to figure that out. So, but yeah, I'm going to repeat the process now. So I take my other piece of binding and literally do the same exact thing. I'm going to be a little more careful on this side because I don't want to cut into my piping. This is the piping side. So if I take too much of a seam allowance, I'll go into my piping, and I don't want to do that. So I have some spare thread tails. I'm going to trim here too. That way they don't come out and poke out of my binding. Okay. I'm going to, again, start just like this. Fold it over about an inch. Half inch will do, inch is fine. Then I'm going to line it up on my seam allowance. And then I'm just going to go for it all the way around. I've got like a 5mm stitch going on here. Again, I'm not trying to get all the way in my seam allowance. I want to be close to it, but not super into it because I'm not trying to change the shape of my bag at all. So just be careful of that. You don't want to take a bigger seam allowance than, you know, what you actually want to do. I really just love, by the time I'm done with this binding, this bag will be 100% done. There's no like, oh, let me birth it now and close up a hole. Let me make sure I cut all the lining layer. Like, I don't have to do any of that, which I'm really excited about because I did not like birthing this bag, y'all. Let me tell you, it hurt my hand. I'm getting too old for that kind of stuff. It was killing my fingernails, just trying to wrench this thing through its tiny little lining thing that we left. You could do binding on only one side. That was one of the hack options that I saw people doing, but I don't want to birth any part of this. Binding, yes, it's tedious, but again, it's really pretty. It adds a pop of color, and when it's done right, it just sings. So I would rather just bind. It's also a really good skill to have, this way of doing double fold binding, not for heirloom quilts, but this is exactly the way you would do quilting. You would machine stitch it on like this and then either hand stitch it down, or you go back and machine stitch it if, you know, you're not concerned about, you know, again, it being like an heirloom or whatever. Being real fancy dancy. I actually really enjoy binding. I find it very satisfying. I find it kind of like a very calm and peaceful end to like a long bag project, right? I feel like it's I don't know, it's like a nice final wrap up, like, oh, let's finish this project up, and we're hiding all of our ugly stitching, we're cleaning it up, and we're cleaning up after ourselves. I really like binding. I know a lot of people are like really chicken about binding. They think, you know, oh, it's so hard, or it's, I mean, I don't know, they think all kinds of things. But rest assured, honestly, it's really not bad. I mean, you're watching me do it, and this is probably only the, I don't know, 30th thing I've bound in my life. So it's not like I'm an expert. But you basically kind of feel like you're an expert once you get to, like, I don't know, the 4th one you've done. Anything you've bound. You just, you know, you just do it. So here we are once again, and we're just going to fold it around. Fold, fold, fold. I know some companies were putting out like various products, you know, oh, it's the special binding, oh, it's so great, whatever. Maybe it is, I don't know. I got some from a company that was claiming, I don't know, that company claims all kinds of crap that's just ridiculous. But I got some that was just, it was junk, it was so expensive too, and it was fraying and it looked like absolute garbage when it arrived in the mail before I ever used it, so it went directly in the trash. But I can tell you, I buy this binding, I always have, at Joann's, at Hobby Lobby, at Michael's, wherever, who has a sewing section. It's been around for like years and years. They pre-make it. I am way too lazy to make my own binding. I'm not doing it. This is a cheap expense, especially when you do like the buy 3 get 1 free, along with a like a Thanksgiving Day doorbuster kind of thing, like Black Friday or something. They often, around the holidays, run a ton of sales on this quilt binding. And seriously, I have a drawer full of it because I keep it around for wall hangings and, you know, anything, right? But, I keep it around for that exact reason. For this exact purpose, then I just have any color I want. And then of course, you know, if you were here at the beginning of the video, I was like, husband, will you please go to Joann's? Because we literally live right across the street. Not exaggerating. I can go out in my backyard and see the lights from the Joann's. It's actually really nice. And it was one of the selling features of this house. I was like, okay, well, if we're going to build somewhere, I'd love to build right next to a Joann's. Much to my poor husband's horror. But it's great for like, you need a late night thing or whatever. It's awesome. So 10 of 10, highly recommend. Buy near the places you go a lot. So I can, you know, I've kind of stopped like hoarding as much, to be honest with you, because I know the Joann's is literally right across the street. And so now I don't feel the need to have like this ridiculously huge stash of materials, right? Because it's like, well, okay, but Joann's has it. By the way, this binding right here, this piping, I mean, it's causing me some bulk. I'm cutting it out because we're all assembled now. So I'm just cutting a little bit out, but if you need to, cut it to wrap. Okay, it's clipped. I did not catch into my seam as much on this side for the binding because I don't want to mess with my piping. So like there are areas that when this is turned this way, I'll be able to see this little bits of stitching here. I don't care because when we turn this right side out, I'm never going to see that because this point in our corner becomes the interior part of the corner. You're not going to see that. So I'm okay with it. And I don't want to mess with the seam allowance on my piping, right? So, sorry, I'm reading Ginger's tip. I didn't just like fall asleep. So Ginger says, Ginger Snap says, I started to sew the binding to the gusset on both sides before I attached it to the front and back. It helped me a lot to make sure I was catching on both sides because I was really terrible about it. That's a good tip if that works for you. Yeah, I mean, whatever works, man. I am definitely, I think you guys, any of you who've like followed along with me, sew with me, do whatever with me, take classes, I'm very fervent about like, there's no quilt police, there's no bag police, there's no sewing police. There are things that we probably shouldn't be doing, you know, that like will lend to a better look, a cleaner look, a nicer bag, whatever. But like, I'm not going to tell you, oh, you can't do that, right? Like, I'm not going to tell you, you have to do it a certain way. I'm not going to tell you, you have to have a certain machine. I am never, ever, ever going to be like team, oh, you have to have an industrial or you can't sit with me. Like, I'm sewing on one now because I want to, but there are ways to make things domestic friendly, and you can absolutely make bags on a domestic, and I will die on that hill because I made bags on a domestic for like a freaking decade. And I still do. And I don't think that you need to spend $4,000 on some crazy machine, and I don't think it has to be a Juki, and I don't agree with any of that stuff. And if that's you, then cool, but I am not that guy. So I'm not mad at you for what you think or whatever, but like you're never going to hear that stuff come out of my mouth. You know, saying, oh, it has to be this way. I think if you find a way that works for you, A, I think go with it, but B, share it, please. Like, I don't believe in gatekeeping, and I didn't make this stuff up. You know what I mean? I didn't invent this stuff. I learned it from other people. I learned it because I got help from other people. And I practiced, and I did trial and error, and I just kind of figured stuff out. And I want to share, you know, with people, and I want to meet with like-minded people. I am by no means an expert. There are just things that I'm still learning. And when I find, you know, an issue or a problem or whatever, I'm happy to be like, oh yeah, I screwed that up. So let's find a way to fix it. Let's find a solution. Don't do what I did, whatever. Like, that's me. And everybody starts out somewhere. So I think if you find something that works, if it's contrary to what everyone out there says, or it's just different or unique or whatever, like, run with it, man. I think that's great. And I really appreciate you, Ginger, sharing your tip. And I think Heidi shared a tip earlier. You know, share, because that's how you connect with people, but it's also how you learn. Because somebody might say, well, I used to do that, but now I do this and it's really great. So, yes, thank you for sharing. And I love that tip. Somebody else earlier, I can't remember who it was, shared a tip about the gusset size on the bag for adults versus kids. That was a great tip. Lots of people were sharing good tips. So yeah, always feel free to come on here with me and hang out. Don't feel like it's got to be my way or the highway, or like I'm like, oh, you can't share because this is my video and you're taking over. Like, it's not, it ain't that. And it is not that serious. Like, obviously, if you don't know, you know, maybe don't get bad advice, but like, that's kind of really my only ask. Like, don't be a jerk. And yeah, interface and interact and share. Because yeah, again, I didn't invent this stuff. I find it out from like reading other people's posts, and you know, some of it for sure is trial and error sometimes when I'm doing things, but yeah, man, we all gotta learn. And I really love people who act like they were born an expert and don't have anything to learn, because like, I guess cool if that's you, but like, that ain't me. I got a ton of stuff to learn, and I'm guaranteeing I'm gonna make more mistakes tomorrow, the next day, whenever. So we have now bound both sides of this little bag. Are we like ready to see it? You guys are gonna have a little camera shake because I'm gonna move you so I can show you a little more of this bag. Yes, let's do it. Tira says, yeah, Kalisha says, you're the coolest. I don't think so. I think I'm really awkward, but I'm cool with that. By the way, this is a really good view of our slip pocket. All finished. Slip pocket. I love a slip pocket. And Tiara says, I agree. I have a domestic machine and I've made over 100 bags on it. It's possible. You just have to be mindful of your fabrics. 100%. And also please note, I mean, I get that not all domestic machines are the same. That's for sure a thing, but also not all industrials are the same. I really have to laugh, and no offense if this was you, but I do. I laugh all the time. When I see people that are like, I spent all this money on this specific machine and it's so expensive, and now I'm making bags and I was told by so-and-so that it was going to be the best and I wouldn't have a problem. Now I'm having all these problems. And I don't mean to laugh like that, but it makes me laugh. It does, because I'm like, bro, you followed somebody blindly off the internet who told you this was the greatest thing ever. Did you ever stop to think about what maybe their motivation was? Like, are they a salesperson for this brand? Did they get a commission or a kickback for recommending this company all the time? You know, have you seen their work? Is their work really good? You know, did you research and like, or did you just pay it because somebody said? You know what I mean? Like you gotta take advice from people, but like do your own research and your own work. I really think a lot of people just go, oh, well, somebody said, you know, and they didn't try it. Like this chair I'm sitting in, for instance, I bought it because some kind of influencer person was like, it's the best chair ever. And I like it, don't get me wrong, but I think there's probably way better chairs out there. And then this one arrived with like a bunch of pen marks and stuff, like measurements, like the factory wrote all over it. And it arrived to me that way, and I can't get the marks off. So it's fine, but it was a brand new chair and it's full of marks and it's not that comfortable and it squeaks like the devil. So, you know, should I have tried more chairs? Yeah, the problem is I didn't have anywhere locally to do it, and I also didn't buy the chair. It was a gift. My husband was like, you've been complaining about your back hurting, so here's a great chair. And I love the chair, but I only told him about the chairs because some influencer was like, hey, this is the greatest chair. So it's the same with sewing machines and lights and thread and like whatever. Like, take what people say with a grain of salt, but like definitely do your own research. And I feel terrible, I really do, but it does make me laugh. There's like a whole bunch of people out there that are like, but so and so said this machine is the greatest, and it's like, okay, well, you paid 3 times as much, and sorry, you're still having problems. Like, I'm over here making bags on my domestic, having a great time, and I paid, you know, $700 or whatever, $800 for my domestic 10 years ago, and it's still going strong. By the way, we're ready to turn this thing. If you've done your binding and you're sure you caught everything and you're happy, a little heat might help you if you can't muscle this guy, but you shouldn't really need it. But occasionally, if you've got real thick vinyl, you might. Oh, I'm so excited about this bag, you guys. I'm gonna really need to like pinch these corners and turn it out and stuff. Tira said, I would like to get a heavy duty style machine, but cost wise I can't yet. just pick up and choose your battles as a bag maker using materials. I agree. What domestic do I use? So my domestic, I have been a Husqvarna Viking girl forever. My very first domestic, well, I bought like a really garbage Singer. Like a really garbage, like $100 Singer off the Walmart shelf. That doesn't really count though, because I never made a bag or did anything with that. It just made me cry, literally, for like 4 years, like 100 years ago. So I never really did anything with that, and it went in the closet, and I'd pull it out, and then it would make me cry, and I'd put it away. So I never made anything with that, and that was long before my bag making days. But when I finally got, you know, courage and some money, my then boyfriend at the time, my husband, went and took me to the Viking gallery, and we talked to a really sweet lady, and she asked me what I wanted to make. At that time, it was quilts. So I said, I really want to make a quilt. I just want to teach myself how to quilt. I don't even know how to sew. But my machine, you know, it won't work. And so how can I teach myself if I can't sew? And of course she was sympathetic and laughed and said, yeah, Singers that are $100 on the Walmart shelf are not real great. So, you know, we can do better. And they had a sale at the time. So I bought, well, my husband, my boyfriend at the time, helped me buy, a Husqvarna Viking an Opal 650. They don't make the 650 anymore. They make the 670. It's the same thing. The 670 has a few more features. So they, I might turn y'all like up. Oh, sorry. Put it like that so you can see my head. Sorry, like just looking at my chest. Oh, squeaky ass chair. Okay. Sorry, I'm turning my piping and stuff out right now and using some clips just to like get all my corners and my edges turned out nice. And one spare little ugly thread right there. What the heck? What are you doing? You don't belong here. Anyway, so he helped me get that. Sorry, I gotta get like tweezers, and I'm not sure what happened here. I have like an ugly little something, and I'll have to burn the rest of it out. I think that's from that corner I ripped open. Anyway, he helped me get that machine, and once I got that machine, oh my gosh, the ball just absolutely started rolling. I learned how to quilt, and then I learned how to applique, and I did wall hangings, and I made baby quilts for friends, and then I was making clothes for babies mostly. I did charity sewing for many, many years, doing bereavement sewing. So those items were mostly made out of flannel. It was bereavement for babies who were born sleeping or passed away shortly after. So these were burial items for them and keepsake items for the family. And I did that for probably 6 years while I rounded out all of my sewing stuff, maybe 5 years. Let's see, 2012 to about 2017, maybe 2018. And I'm still involved with that charity a little bit, but I just don't get the time to sew that kind of stuff anymore. And I really just, honestly, I got really sick of working with flannel. But I still am in contact with those folks a bit. And mostly I just donate material now for other people to sew. But anyway, so that's kind of what started my sewing journey, was my Viking, and I still use it on all of my like published tutorials. You'll see me sewing on a Viking. That's that same Viking. I've never had it serviced, like not even like a maintenance service, because it's a happy little machine and I'm terrified somebody's gonna break it. All I ever do is change the needle and clean out the bobbin area. It's a happy little machine, and I make whole vinyl bags, like all vinyl on it. And in the beginning, everybody told me, oh, you're gonna burn out the motor. Well, it's been going for 10 years strong, and I was production bag making for a long time before I started all this with you guys and doing hardware and all of that. I just sold bags all the time and did customs, and they were all made on that. I only had one machine. Now I have 3. I have the Viking. I bought a straight stitch machine, my Elna, which is the one I travel with, because I don't want to travel with my Opal. It terrifies me that something's going to happen to that machine, so it never leaves my sewing room, because it's really sentimental to me. And then I have this guy. I have the Suruba. So, and I really just got the Suruba because I wanted to. It wasn't, I had been making bags for so long at that point. I thought, you know what? Why not? Like it could be time now. That'd be okay. So yeah, so that's kind of where, that's where it happened. That's where it went. I think I got this thing all turned out now so I can take the clips off. I just wanted to train it a little bit. I could leave it overnight with the clips on it and like heat set it and stuff, but I think just zipping it up and leaving it on the table will be fine. So who's ready for the final reveal? So excited for this bag, you guys. It's really cute. I really do need a strap suggestion though. Nicole, if you're still watching, I need, don't you have like all the cute webbing and stuff? I need blush pink webbing. Somebody point me in the direction of like cute blush pink webbing to match this, or blue that matches this tissue paper, please. 1.5 inches. Thank you very much. Well, without further ado, dun, dun, dun. I want to take this tape off actually really quick. I wrapped this Hugo tape around here because they didn't want to scratch this again. Luckily, where I did scratch it before is covered by the little loopy-doo. Look how flipping cute. Look at this here, math pack. And if I had a little strap, it would hang just like this. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. So freaking cute. I love it. Rose gold, blush pink. We made our own piping. We did binding. We did the wear it left or right slider on the back. We did this cool little connector jobber on here, which isn't really a hack, but an interesting add-on. We did the split gusset up here on top, which looks fantastic. And then we did the slip pocket hack inside. And I am stoked on this bag. I remember to put all my cute little stuff on here. And I even got my cute little bag tag. And I'm totally keeping this map pack. Totes. I think it is so cute. I hope that this was helpful, or at least, you know, somewhat entertaining. But I hope that you made one too. And I actually really kind of like the skinnier gusset because, like I said, I already have like enough going on here, but it kind of like hugs my body nice. Pretty. So I kind of dig it. Delva said the size is perfect. Yes, I will have templates soon. This was, you know, cut with templates. I kind of like the skinnier gusset, but I know some people are not going to like that. So I want to keep it close to the OG. You can always trim more off if you like. So I'll just need to redo that math and add a 1/2 inch to my dimension, which will give us the original slightly thicker gusset. But I don't know, like I kind of dig the slimness because really I don't need any more. Like, I'm so stoked. I have got to finish this strap though. So please, 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 somebody help me out. I need this. I think it would be really charming with this kind of blush pink, super light webbing. I mean, I'll settle for the blue. I have white. I don't want white because white's gonna get dirty. So please, if you know, send me a thing. And I've got a post about this in Wizardry because this is where this came from, Wizardry Stitchery. And I absolutely love the idea of this on there. I think it is so cute. So anyway, thanks for hanging out with me. Templates will be out in the shop soon. I need to go through and, you know, do the math on the templates, get it all figured out. And I am actively working on that for you guys. So, and then once we're done with all the mavs, we'll get, I think actually the next one I might do might be the Fiona, but the Fiona's like all rectangles. So I don't really know if we need a lot of templates for that. And then I think after that, I'm going to bounce away and I'm going to do templates for the Marilyn wallet because the Lynn's Handmade Marilyn wallet is absolutely one of my favorite wallets to make. I love that wallet. And I think templates would be really nice. So that being said, yeah, I'm going to sign off. I'm going to go eat some dinner. This has been a long live, but we cut this whole bag. We made our own piping. We did all these hacks and we did it literally start to finish on this one video. So thank you for hanging out with me. If anybody, you know, did the whole day or popped in and out, and I hope it was helpful. I'll see you on the next one. Bye.